I think it would run out. I think you wouldn't have any problem with it out.
Well, look at that place.
Yeah.
Don't even activate when you're 2 miles.
Are you running late? Let's see.
First, you think our police are going to go out and enforce a muffler? Well, when they have the DOT checks, that's usually a text. We're done, Jason.
Yeah. Oh, got the live stream on.
Yes, yeah, ready to go.
All right. Calls meeting to order.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Pipia,
Present.
Fry,
Present.
Schroeder,
Here.
Hughes, Bikeman,
Present.
Price,
Here.
Behrens,
Here.
Crum,
Here.
7.
Okay. First up, we have the approval of minutes.
Move to approve the regular minutes of May 24th, 2021 meeting.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
7-0.
7-0. All right, next up, we have public comment. Terry Faust. Is Terry here?
Yep.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of
Hello.
our city
Evening, Terry.
council. I'm just here to make some few short statements, and I'll leave you all to your good business. 2 decades ago have passed since this ordinance of Jake breaks were put on as a city ordinance. In my opinion, our businesses and community and visitors had to put up with straight pipe, unmuffled Jake breaks. I am pleading for relief on this issue. I have spoken with Lieutenant Winters at the Kansas Highway Patrol, and he has stated to me that it's against federal, state, in this case, city ordinance. Unmuffled Jake brakes are illegal. Not having a vehicle with no brake, no muffler on it. My opinion is a downhill sign ahead, a downhill sign ahead would communicate with the truckers more than popping over the hill and seeing businesses and schools and stoplight at the bottom of the hill. With a lot of side traffic coming from our residential areas, a bigger sign would help. And that's all the statement I want to make.
Do you feel like we put or do they have the signs that say no Jake breaks? Do they have those?
They are up and operational.
Okay, they are?
Yeah, they're there.
They're at
Okay.
city
We just
limits.
need to
They
enforce
are.
it, is what we need to do.
Well, I'm like Terry, I think if they put a sign a little further back, but believe it or not, Terry, the ones I hear when I'm out and about early in the morning are the ones that are local.
Oh, yeah.
Well, show no mercy.
As someone who lives really close to the highway, I think I've complained about this maybe a couple times because I'm not sure the last time we actually wrote a ticket for it. I mean, everybody knows it's against the rules.
Because you can hear them coming down from the west out there, down the hill, over the bridge, and they clam it again at the bridge coming down into town. And
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
For a while, I can watch them do it out my desk window. I started documenting, and it's usually the cattle pots and
Yeah.
stuff. It's usually the ones who are doing it. So
I've driven a commercial vehicle for over 30 years, and I go across our beautiful country and show respect to little towns, cities, and it's not necessary. If you have to use a Jake brake to keep from colliding with a vehicle or running over a pedestrian, you're going too fast.
yeah, exactly.
And this has been going on for a long time. I think a lot of people have put up with it. I'm just pleading for some relief on this issue.
Okay.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
And we can probably discuss this a little bit more later on in the meeting if we want to, so. Thank you. All right, next up, business and discussion items. First up,
You want to introduce the,
Somebody
you
else.
also
Hey,
public
Mr. Mayor.
comments.
Hey.
Still
oh,
public.
yeah, public comment. Yes. Yep. Hello.
Mr. Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vicki Gross. I reside at 301 Carolina Street, Marysville. I live in the 3rd Ward. And my concern tonight is the containers, the shipping containers, actually they're boxcars without wheels, and whether or not you will allow them in the city. I also am on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we had a meeting, and somebody said, haven't we addressed this before? Didn't we turn this down? Well, I was also on the city council, and the council said they'd just put a moratorium on it. It came back from Planning and Zoning, no. Well, it's back at Planning and Zoning again, and it was unanimously cited no. In the city of Marysville, no. I happen to be particularly interested because there is one of these shipping containers on the property line of my garden lot. And it so happens to belong to the mayor.
That'd be 9.
And the mayor owns property on the east side of my lot and on the west side of my
Yeah.
lot. He also has the option of another shipping container to put on that west lot, which would block my property totally in, creating a situation of making it near worth nothing. I think they depreciate property value. I think they have no place where there are houses, and the zoning board decided they had no place in Marysville at all. They are unattractive. Why do people want them? Because they're cheap. Cheap is right, because when you put them down, it makes the neighborhood look cheap. And as I said to Planning and Zoning, if I were a company coming into Marysville, I would want to look it over and see, what does this town have to offer me? What about the people I'm bringing here? Do they have nice places to live? And if I went into a neighborhood and saw boxcars, and y'all can see them, they're here, you would say, I wouldn't want to live here. And because of the way we are zoned, the 3rd Ward used to be called Palmetto. It was its own little town. And we've had issues with zoning all across that area. And I'm just going to say, if you all wouldn't want this next to your house, because if it were possible for your neighbor on your left and your neighbor on your right both to want them, they're going to put them on the property line. And if both your neighbors decide to put them one on your left property line and one on your right property line, what's that going to do to your property value? It cuts down on the view, it cuts down on wind, it cuts down on the pleasure of using that property. And I hope that when you think about this, you'll think, would you want this sitting on your property line? And I'm hoping you will come back with just exactly what the zoning commission did, a unanimous vote of no, not in Marysville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vicki.
Oh, and I'd like to say,
Yes.
when I was on council, we also brought to the council exactly what this man's talking about on jake breaking, asked the police to enforce it, and to my knowledge, they never sat out there one time and enforced it. I don't know what kind of teeth we have in our enforcement, but on the west end of the Blue River Bridge, there is a sign there. Now,
There is.
what we also, I think we could do is put one of those signs that light up, they're sun-powered, that'll blink to draw attention to that sign. But even when Bob Shipman was on council, if you all know where he lives, he could hear them coming down the east side of town, down that hill, at his house, which is 3 blocks off of the highway. He's up the hill past where Central School is. So we've had this problem a long time. It's bad during the day, but it is really bad during the night. And some of these gentlemen that do this, they take it all the way down to CJ's West. They don't stop it. Marysville starts out on the hill. It starts out past what used to be called Breeding Heights. It'd be nice if there was a sign clear out there, because I've heard people complain about that too. Coming all the way down from out there, I can hear it. But when they hit the overpass over 2nd Street, it amplifies that noise. I pity anybody who has a baby or children who have to go to school, or somebody who has to rise early to go to work, when those have been doing that all night long. I would appreciate your consideration for this gentleman's request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else for public comment? Okay, first up under business and discussion.
Introduce the
Well,
changing of our agenda.
Oh, next up we'll have our business and discussion items. First up is economic development demolition at 210 Jenkins. He's not here for that,
No,
is he?
it's the same as
So we
we had
just need
done
to vote.
previously.
I guess we've got pictures of the property. That's that little garage, yeah, up there on the corner.
Falling down.
I was walking the other morning and I thought, they moved the vehicle out of there.
Yeah,
Because he finally got it bought. He finally got it bought.
Well, that'll clean that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
Move to approve the application for the Economic Development Fund for Josh Bloomer.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 8-0. Okay, next up we have the 7th Street closing, Carolina Alston Street, June 19th, for a Cudney reception.
She also is requesting Hedricks Avenue.
They have what?
She's also requesting Hedricks Avenue, which is in front of the building.
Okay.
That's,
Move to approve the request for Lori Cudney and Leo Cudney to have 7th Street corridor blocked off and Hendricks from Carolina to Calhoun.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 8-0.
okay.
Said something about Hedricks there too, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
both of
Well,
them.
it wasn't in,
He did say that.
I heard him say it.
Okay, next up we have the Broadway sound system, Dennis Mason and Greg Boss.
Good evening, members of the council and guests. My name's Dennis Mason, and Greg Boss with me. Kate is going to want to make a little suggestion or two or comments after we're finished here, I guess. First, I'd like to express my appreciation to those that appreciated. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Pat. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you want to introduce him? Well,
This is Pat Boss, my nephew. He's
What?
been doing PA systems for Kansas State University for, I believe, 21 years. So if you're watching a football game, basketball game, sports, anything like that, and you can't hear it, call him. It's his fault.
and he happened to be a person that we were working together on this
Okay.
last experience when we had the sound system not work. Anyway, first, well, Greg himself has done a lot over the years promoting tourism, in my opinion. He has provided time and money to the city sound system. And others, I solicited to assist installing the west side of the system. Greg, would you like to, well, he already has done that, okay. When I received a call around 8:10 a.m. of the start of the program, June the 5th, Greg was very concerned and advised me that the sound system was not working. And at that time, I was disappointed to hear the news, of course, but as in the past 2 or 3 years, I felt a need to assist getting it going due to the event just starting.
Can I interrupt just a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Pat called me and just says, Greg, he says, I don't have anything from here to here, and I can let Pat talk about that. He says, if there's any way we could get some speaker wire from the west side of the pony to the east side of the pony, he says, I think I could at least get it somewhat temporarily fixed. We'll just lay it above the ground, because he said there is no power coming from what I'm gonna say the east side to the west side. And so anyway, so I called Dennis, because I know that he's been doing this for years, and I just said, is there any way that you would have 50 foot of this wire? And this is why I called him, so.
Okay. And I did have, I wrote it down. And let's see, in the beginning of my time spent working on the sound system at the first council meeting, the permission and authority was granted to me and Greg Boss to work on the system, but with certain conditions. At a second meeting, after we presented the plan, the go-ahead was granted. There was no agreement or papers saying that it was for money or not. I felt at that time I could help due to my life work experience. Approximately 1 year ago, I presented another plan to eliminate the wire chronic problem in between the bricks. Due to the virus pandemic, I was not personally there, but the city clerk advised she presented the plan and no action was taken. That's about a year ago. Without some action, the sound system will require maintenance at 5th and 6th Street crossings. Those are the chronic ones. That will affect 3 blocks of speakers that are often needed at events. I showed Rob of CES where the problems are, he advised that it was feasible to use ground pushing the conduit through the street crossings, the two. That way you didn't have to tear up the bricks as much. Funding will be needed for this project and some time will be lost, but now is the time to start or we may not have enough sound coverage for the August event for Greg. We know how many people are looking forward to Greg's event, and a good sound system is not a luxury, it is a necessity. I hope most of you were at the car show and could see the large attendance, the biggest event of the year. People came from all over. All right, my next thing tonight is I have submitted a bill or invoice, and as mentioned before, there was no issue of whether my time was for all free or to charge. Until recently, I was happy to accommodate the city with my services, and I did so on many occasions, including some minor expense I did have. It was when I was advised to inform the city of any plans I had to implement, as they had plans of their own now, that changed the situation. And then the manager, when I called him on June the 7th to find out what plan they had for the brick issue, informed me that he did not want anyone to mess with the wiring of the sound system, including me. Apparently my work did not match his standards. So I added my clause to my invoice to allow the council to reject my request if they feel I did not deserve any funding. In either case, after years of service, further assistance is not going to be available. Thank you for your time. Any questions? I guess not. Okay.
I'd like Pat to speak.
Oh, okay.
We got a lot of major problems with the wiring.
You know what I find funny before you start speaking? About 2 months ago, they had the Main Street. They announced all the kids that did the promenade. My wife was clear up in the 900 block, and the speakers and everything worked great then.
And I talked to Will just a couple days before, I believe it was Wednesday. I talked to Will, and he said that it was tested and said that they worked fine. I'm going to let Pat speak because he got there early in the morning. We were all there at 6 o'clock in the morning trying to get this thing situated. Because when we do our trophy, we didn't have trophies, but when we do our awards, we gave over $3,000 worth of awards away. And it is absolutely necessary for everybody to see because they're standing by their cars.
Right.
Clear down to the laundromat, the old house down on the end, and clear up on the east. Well, Michelle, Chris, Susie, and I were entering cars on the east end, right up on 10th Street. And until Pat walked up there at 10 o'clock in the morning, we had zero sound system up there whatsoever. And so I'm going to let Pat enter because, like I said, I called Dennis at 8:10 and I just said, Pat knows what he's doing. I said, would you please, if you could just bring 50 foot of wire down, maybe we can get from point A to point B so we can get a sound system going. It is imperative that those people hear that their name is being called for $3,000 worth of door prizes. And constantly we had complaints all day long until, well, even later. Right. But constantly we had complaints that people weren't hearing it. And it was embarrassing is what it really was. To be honest with you, it's embarrassing because most of it falls back on me. I've been doing this for 31 years, even though this was our 30th year because we couldn't have it last year. Right. But to say the least, it was embarrassing because it's imperative that these people hear the music. Thank God for Rick Lister's big speaker system that he had and Pat's speakers system that he had. So maybe you could hear a ways, but you could not hear from, I'm going to say, the old Boss Motors location west, or east, or west. We could not hear that. And we could not hear, I don't know how far east, Pat, it didn't work. But again, we were up on the east end and nothing worked. So we saw Pat on his hands and knees that day. And finally he says, oh my gosh, there were some wires crushed in the lid. That's why they didn't work. So Pat, I'm going to let you speak.
Another quick point here is that the city had closed shop. And there was no way for us.
Come up here, Dennis.
The city had not made any allowances for anything to happen, and you had difficulty in obtaining any information and couldn't get anybody of the city at that point. That's important. That's pertinent.
Pat, please speak.
I'm just wondering why we can't touch the wire ourselves. Does anybody have an answer for that?
I think the problem becomes if we have a lot of different people with their hands on the wiring, then if we have an issue, we don't know who opened what box, who messed with the wiring in what box, and unless we, have communication with Will on that, then he's kind of trying to figure out from scratch what boxes got opened and what wires got.
Well, what I found is on the east side of the horse up to the highway, those wires are running through a box to the lamp post, and that wire is just laying there, so when the lid sits on it, it sits on the wire, so when people walk on it or whatever, it's going to smash that wire.
Okay.
So something needs to be done. Maybe you drill a little hole so the wire can not get smashed. That's what I found Saturday morning. From the horse to the first pole was smashed. So I just ran a temporary wire to there and got the east side speakers working. But for some reason, the west could never get them working.
Now,
So I don't know what's wrong with them.
when you were in the wire, was the wiring I've heard the wiring's kind of corroded?
I could see that where it smashed, yeah.
Well, I mean, like the wire net where the wires are tied
no, where
together,
the
they corroded?
where the lid was sitting on it, I could tell.
But I think Dennis found one when he touched the wire, the wire nut fell off.
Well,
Okay.
the wire fell out of the wire nut. It wasn't wrapped tight enough, but
Okay.
little accident.
And I think there was one on the west end too that's got some loose connections too. So I don't know if someone can go through those and make sure they're all connected and not get smashed.
Well, and that's, we either need to have somebody probably go box by box and redo those connections and maybe, I mean, I know they make wire nuts that are made for wet locations
Right.
or either solder them together and, wire nut. But I
also,
think having them exposed, and they're sitting there in boxes where they're getting salt and everything in them.
yeah, I say
It's not an ideal location,
the
but,
conduit that's going from Wagon Wheel across the street is full of water.
okay. The new one?
Yeah.
The newer one?
Yeah, we opened up the box and it was
Full of water.
The wire that's going across the street was full of water.
Well, that's not good either.
And another problem is the running like Greg said, across the streets and Dennis, that's not going to work. Because this wire is not made for outdoor.
No.
It needs to be either running conduit or like indoors. It's not made to be exposed.
And we have been, every time we do a project, we've been running conduits underneath the sections of street. But I mean, it's a slow process as we do projects. We're kind of, another option that we've looked at and we're kind of waiting to get some more information is they have a wireless system. I guess Belleville just installed one. But we're kind of trying to touch base with them, and we'd also like to talk to some people that have had it installed for a year or two. It's gone through some winters before we go spending the money on something like that. But that'll be a ways off. I mean, we've got to get the speaker system going for your event and some of the other events that are going on this fall and later on this summer. But that's kind of where we are at. I mean, I've been on mayor 2 years and council 2 years before that, and the speaker system has been an ongoing issue for at least the 4 years I've been on council, and I don't know how many years before that.
When it works pretty good, yeah. But, say the last few years, I've had problems every time I've tried to get it going.
And then we replaced some of the wiring here, because we purchased a lot of wiring. I think Dennis installed some of it, and our guys pulled some of it. Yeah, I was on council when
he did all his major.
Yeah, I think but it's still coming out of that box, and if the lid's laying on it, that's not going to work.
No, not if it's going to pinch wires and short the system out.
And also, day of show, we have to Pat actually has to run wire from here to you across the cement laying on the ground just to get to the PA system. And I believe Will or somebody suggested it would really be nice to have a jack on the post.
Yeah.
both the east side and the west side of the pony, to where all it takes is our wire, plug in that jack, and done, be totally done with it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest with you, this, like I said, this has been going on for years. We helped pay for the PA system, the speaker system, the car show did. And I'm just saying that it's been a temporary thing forever.
Yeah.
I love the idea of under 5th Street and 6th Street to run a piece of 1 inch or whatever. If they're not gonna do a wireless system, I would love to see a wireless system. But I mean, if nothing else, I don't want them just sawing across again. They've already done that.
Yeah,
It doesn't work.
no.
As cars drive across
Yeah,
it, it ruins it.
gets
So-
us 1 year
so
maybe.
it just needs to go from the pole to the pole on the south side of Broadway, across 5th and 6th Street with a piece of 1 inch with a pole wire, and then just pull that baby through. That way if a mouse eats it or something gets in there and does it, just pull a new one through. It's not a
Yep.
big deal. I think very important also, of course, our car show's done now, and the show is fabulous. We've had more compliments on how it went this time
Yep.
than ever, because we didn't judge, we only charged $10, and people walked away with $3,000 worth of stuff. But again, we did have a lot of comments that it's too bad that we couldn't hear when our name was called. You know, because most people won't leave their car, they'll stand by there. But boy, if they hear their name called for a $300 jack, they're running up the street to get their jack. But if they don't hear it, then they missed out, you know, and so that was quite a bit. But I love the wireless system. I think that would be great, but if nothing else, if they do get it fixed permanently, you know, put a jack on each one of the posts, you know. Also, I think of any event that there ought to be a contact phone number to call, because I didn't know Austin's phone number, I didn't know what, you know, Will's number. I just think that somebody ought to be able to call somebody and say, hey, we got an expert at this stuff, he needs some help.
Yeah, and we need to, a little bit better communication with numbers and stuff.
you guys
Because nobody called, I found out about it, I think Sunday. Somebody
me.
called me about it. Yeah, Diane called me,
Okay.
and I found out about it Sunday night.
They called me.
And I'm surprised nobody would have called. There's a lot of people who have my phone number, whether I want them to or
We're
not.
sorry, this number's no longer.
Yeah, no, I've got my,
Or
and
your
it's
extended
out
warranty,
there,
rather.
or they can drive by and see it on my truck, and I have everybody's number. I mean, if
Sure you
somebody
do.
gets a hold of me.
Well, I just, this August event coming up, and I have very little to do with it, but I think we have people from 40 different states coming all over the United States. Last time we had 5 different countries come. And I would just hate to be embarrassed to say that, you know, we couldn't have the PA system.
No,
So,
we've got to get it going.
Thank you
And
very
as I'm saying, we're gonna look into a wireless system.
Yeah.
But if we don't go wireless, in my opinion, we need to spend some money and get this one going right.
Thank you very much.
So,
With that,
thank
go
you.
ahead. Dennis, anybody else? I know that. Yep, I do.
Hello, council.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm here to represent some of the businesses' standpoint on the downtown sound system.
Okay.
The numerous businesses I had talked to about it were in favor of it, mostly our retail. If you go over to Seneca and you shop downtown, music playing all the time. That's something I would be interested in doing, you know, year-round for us. We had kind of talked about it at Economic Development Committee that we have, and one of the main things that was asked was, you know, what is something you look for in a town? They're like, well, just go over to Seneca and listen to music. I mean, that's the best part of shopping local, is having that available. So, just kind of my insight a little bit from the business standpoint, but they were in favor, and I am too. I really like the idea of a wireless sound system. That sounds pretty awesome. But even if we could extend the sound system, if that's not possible, to about 4th Street as well, because Identities is moving down there too, and that part of the area is quite nice now that we have more businesses coming in.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've already got speakers from CJ West up to what I call the laundromat, and the new, you know, we've already got speakers there. They're not being used. So I think it's imperative that we do get this thing fixed.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from anybody?
I don't think so.
But I think we surely can have somebody, a contact person
Yes,
from the city
yes.
when this is going on. I mean, surely there's someone.
We do,
That can
and
take
and
care
I
of this.
don't know if, do you have anybody's contact information?
So
Cell phone numbers?
I didn't find out until like late in the afternoon, but I do have Austin's
Were
number.
you busy that day?
Right? I have Austin's number. I have Will's, I believe, and I think I have Jason's. So
Okay.
I think I have, some people. I have Todd's too, so. But yeah, I didn't find out until a little bit later, so that was kind of where I was out of the loop. But I do have it. If something like that does happen again, I can forward it over to Greg or, whoever is running the event at the time.
And we could probably put some cell phone numbers contact information on that amp maybe. I don't know, is there anything on there?
Well, we do have a sign out for the amp. If it's not the Chamber or Main Street using the amp, people are supposed to, in fact, I believe the Chamber and Main Street is supposed to be notifying people to come and sign it out, right?
Yes. Okay, so, and we created instructions because a part of the speaker system, when we had that issue late fall, or actually early fall, we had discussed doing the speaker system instructions, so anybody that leased it out for however long would have that is down there, so I can put a backside of the contact information, or not a backside, but have another sheet available if anybody is using it and needs to call somebody for help.
Because nobody came and signed it out.
Nobody came and signed it out.
We didn't have any information on who was using it, because I knew it could plug in at the old PD, but nobody asked that.
Right.
I'm going to say, when I do my schedule for the year, Big Blue River Days is listed.
Right.
But I can just start sending that when we use it that week.
Well, no, not that, because if it's the Chamber and Main Street using it, would you consider the car show a part of the Chamber Main Street?
Then they should have the
I
information.
mean, it's a duo event, I would assume so, but if you want more clarity on who's actually using it as a committee, I can do that.
Well, the whole thing with signing it out was who's responsible for the amp system. So if you're fine with taking responsibility during that week, that's fine. But yes, probably contact information could be added to.
Okay.
We could talk about that.
Okay, yep, that sounds
Add
good.
that on there.
But if we don't want anybody else touching it, then we need to have that person, if it's out, then that person needs to be here when it's being used, right?
A lot of times that's not possible. That's why we test everything. We tested this system Thursday and Friday beforehand. 28 out of the 31 speakers worked perfectly. And that's plugging in through the Main Street office. So it was basically hours before somebody else took it over. We were out, me and Will were out there testing it.
But things can always happen, though.
Right,
I mean,
but again, I can't hold, like, I gotta go out of town sometimes, and the other person can't always be around. So that's why we tested.
well,
Yeah,
I
and I'm
realize
not questioning at all that you did test it and it worked. I just find it hard to believe day of show that somebody stepped on that box and smashed those wires. You know,
I
it's just-
I
that's
do
what-
find it hard to believe it
Yeah,
wasn't working then
but that's
either.
what Pat found, and he knows what he's doing. One other thing, I believe, depending on which system you do go to, but if we continue with the system we have, I think a backup amplifier would be good in the Main Street office. That way, if the one should actually burn up, blow up, or whatever, a backup system that day would be nice. You know, I'm saying unless we do the wireless system, which would be fabulous. But I sure, please, if you don't do anything else, put jacks on those two posts, so all we gotta do is run a plug in there, and bam, it's done.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
I don't know whether we need a motion on this or anything, that's totally up to you all, so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have,
Mr. Mayor?
yes, Terry.
Are we gonna take care of this?
Are you gonna pay
You
this?
can discuss it if you want to, yeah.
Pardon?
You can discuss it if you want to.
Well, we got a bill here, but I don't know if we could.
We do.
Huh?
Yeah, we do.
I suggest that we do. I just wanna.
You want to make a motion to pay the bill?
Well, yeah, let's make a motion to pay this bill. Let's leave this hanging out.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Aye.
What, 3?
It must be.
Everybody on this? You were an aye? Okay. 5-3 in favor of paying it. Okay.
What was the motion for?
The motion was to pay Dennis's bill, and it passed 5-3, so. Next up, we have the Convention and Tourism Director, Toby Carrig. Is he here? Hello.
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 My name is Toby Carrig. I began on June 1st in the position as Director of Tourism for the City of Marysville and also the Director for the Pony Express Barn and Museum. And I just wanted to introduce myself and say hello to you guys. So if you ever see me on the street and have any comments to make about tourism or ideas or goals and priorities, I'd be happy to discuss those and listen to you. Came here from St. Genevieve, Missouri, where I was in a tourism role there for last year, and then prior to that owned the newspaper in town there. I look forward to working with you. I've had a chance to meet a lot of people in the first couple weeks here from different boards and commissions and events and attractions, so that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Glad to have you on board.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Marysville.
Thanks.
All right, next up we have April Spicer with the Black Squirrels on Parade Maintenance. Hello.
Hi. April Spicer. I live at 1221 11th Road. And just to discuss the maintenance of Black Squirrels on Parade, I believe they've been an awesome asset for tourism and local enjoyment alike. But I also noticed there are a few that may need some repair. The majority of the squirrels are excellent. A lot of the paint is, just like it was on day one. Whereas a few of them, the paint is faded. Just from my standpoint, I like to always take care of artwork and have it upkeep just as a reflection of our town. And so I think you have the letter I'm sending to the sponsors. They'll assess their own squirrels and give us feedback. I've been in touch with Patrick at Fiberglass Animals and just got a cost today of what it will cost them. The sponsors will be responsible for most all of the repairs, whether it's the fiberglass maybe was cracking. If the paint is faded bad, they may hire an artist to redo the squirrel with the same design or a new design. And then if it is repainted, of course, it would need a new clear coat. For those that are in top shape, they just need cleaning. I just went around today. There's a lot of bird poop, a lot of grass clippings, just to make those sponsors be aware, this is your property, take care of it and clean it, and then just maybe a coat of car wax is all that majority would need. And then as Convention and Tourism, we just would like to pay for the clear coat as a gesture for those that maybe will redo their squirrel and put cost into it. And Patrick can do that all at once on the same day if they have their squirrels ready. So that's, I guess, just why I'm here to ask for the approval for the clear coat on the squirrels.
So if they need re-clear coated, do they have to be removed from their base, or is it done in situ?
I'm pretty sure the clear coat, it would be removed and taken, I think.
Take it somewhere. Okay.
Yes, I think we used Landau's last time. He said $100 per clear coat, and he said really that's just the cost of supplies, so he's not charging us much for that.
Do you know how the logistics would work as far as, is that on the sponsors as far as removal and transportation to repair?
Yeah, I haven't thought that far ahead, but that's a good point. I'm
just kind of curious that in between,
that shouldn't be too tough.
To shed some light on how it happened when they first, the sponsors did drive them up to Landau's, and then the Landau's crew took it from there, or whoever carried it in through, into the bay. So yeah.
It was always a trailer load, not just one or two here.
Oh, that's true. Oh, there was a trailer load. Some of the sponsors brought that. Okay, so we had them on trailers, but some of the sponsors who had theirs ready for painting, are already painted, just had them on hand. They took them on trailers. But the clear coat, if I remember right, would only be used for those who needed it. So for instance, the squirrel right out here wouldn't need it. So it would be a smaller amount than obviously 34 squirrels.
Do you have a kind of estimate of how many of them will probably end up needing clear coated?
I do not. Just a guess, I would say less than half. would be my guess. But once we get the forms back, we'll know more. Or, I guess I could go around to all 34. I haven't. I hit maybe, 10 or 15 the last couple of days. But, yeah, I don't have a guess yet.
I only asked because, $1,000 versus 5,000, depending on how many need it.
Yeah, with only a total of 34 squirrels, definitely not 5,000.
Oh, well, that's true then.
But yeah, several that I looked at today would just need the car wax. I guess the other question I have for you and for our tourism committee would be, say if that sponsor says, no, I don't want to pay for, upkeep. So like the ones that have attachments are the worst, right? And there's some that are, a few that have peeling paint and some that maybe didn't use the best quality paint. It's really faded. And again, that's just a few. But if they say, no, we don't really want to have the cost of an artist redoing it or the cost of fiberglass repair, would your suggestion be like, okay, it needs to go down? Or, I know that's a tough one.
Rehome the squirrel.
Yeah, we talked about
We talked about
rehoming, exactly. So that's an option even in the letter. And how to go about that, I guess, even.
That's too tough to do right now.
Have you made a list of those that you think need to be done, or you don't? No?
No.
Why are you planning on making a list on those that need to be done, those that they really don't want to take responsibility for it? Are you going to be able to do that and get back to us?
Yeah, we can. So first we wanted to have the sponsor assess the squirrel, and then we'll go and see if we agree with it, and then whether they want to make those changes or not, and we'll work together with the sponsor. But yeah, if they're like, no, then I think that would be that's when we'd get more into the, okay, what to do now.
Right.
Okay.
Because you're sending out a questionnaire to the sponsors, correct?
Yeah, yeah. Any other questions, comments?
No, we don't need a motion or anything, really, do we?
She was just making sure the council was okay with the Convention and Tourism sending out this letter and this questionnaire for people, because we are concerned about the care of the squirrels, because it is an attraction. That was the main concern, and didn't want anybody blindsided, because you know who they call first when they get upset, when people get upset about letters and stuff like that. So didn't want any surprises here. So.
Okay.
And we don't have like a sunset deadline on these squirrels.
No. What do you mean?
So, I mean, like, their expected lifespan, are they gonna be here in 5 years? Are they gonna be here in 2030?
I don't know.
Probably
as long as we keep doing maintenance on them, I mean, they'll last for a long time.
At the beginning, didn't they? Oh, there's a little town up in Iowa we went through, it's got ice cream cones stuck out there, and they redo theirs every couple of years.
Well, I'm just thinking, of the longer they're here, eventually, I imagine more sponsors will start to debate whether they want to continue the maintenance, so that's, kind of a good thing to think through.
I never really thought about it. Maintenance on them, I guess.
Yeah, it's good to stay ahead of the
What we
curve,
do.
though.
Yeah.
Rather than
Yeah, it is.
fall in disrepair.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have pool pass and,
You want to introduce?
that's right, Thaniel.
Thing.
We need to add Thaniel to kind of update us on our lagoon system with BG.
Need to add what? I couldn't.
Thaniel,
BG.
to update where we're at on our lagoon system.
Oh. I appreciate that. That's fine. I could just sit here too. So, got a couple handouts that I'll got them split up to half and half. There's a few things that we want to kind of go through and highlight from the last time I was here. We had the discussion concerning the floodplain, and what the impacts would be of a development of that consideration there in the site. So I'll wait a moment and kind of let those. So what I have is a memo three-page memo along with the 11 by 17 is the actual kind of a generic layout of what we ended up looking at on that site for pseudo what I would call the largest site that we feel feasible would be permittable. If you remember, the original that we looked at was that northern section that's already there. You can see the contours. That would be this location here. We'd looked at that before. We looked at trying to expand that in the floodplain model, both to the north and to the west. North really isn't feasible because it already starts coming up pretty quick. And going west absolutely would not work with the floodplain. And so we started looking at other options of where we could feasibly add additional acreage if needed, if we do the wetlands, whether that's in a project now, if that's in the future, what have you. So we'll kind of, so is there one of the, and I've got this on my memo, so we're kind of starting in the middle, but that's all right. The advantage of adding this section to the south is it keeps it far enough away from the river so the impact to the floodplain meets the requirements of DWR. So that's the major advantage. The big disadvantage is you see this section right here? That is all fill, and that's going to be about 12 foot of fill on a 3-to-1 with a 10-foot top. So it's a lot of fill just to build a berm, because we have to build the berm to meet the floodplain elevations. So that's kind of one of the disadvantages. So I'm not going to ask for, I want you to kind of think about some of this, but I feel comfortable, I guess, in saying that I think whatever we need to do out there, we have opportunities to do it and get it permitted through the state, which was the major impetus of all the modeling that we did through that. So that's the good news with that.
So what you're saying, even though it is fill, they're gonna be okay with it?
Yeah, because the modeling, what we did, so the fill for the wetlands would have to be 1 foot above the floodplain. That's a standard from KDHE that we have to do that so stormwater can't get into the cell, the wetlands.
Okay.
But yes, DWR requires a permit to fill in the floodplain, and that's why we did the modeling. We've provided them a couple different times our information as we went through our iterations, and basically they feel good about that as well.
Are you capable of taking what's inside of this cell and using it for fill on the outside?
There's really nothing inside.
So, just ground and stuff.
This area here,
right,
it would be a potential, because remember, even on the, I'm going to say the higher ground,
right,
we still have to build the berm 5 foot tall. So that is a potential. We really probably can't get much out of what is the original borrow area anyway, because the other thing is getting it close to the river and things like that.
So, because right now when the river gets high, you can see the groundwater come up through the borrow pits. So,
and there's so there's considerations of, if this is a site that we go to, we would definitely try to use as much local as we could right here. So it might be we're taking 2 foot off somewhere, like through that middle section or what have you. It'll, as far as the berms, I think we can work with what's there on site, but all the granular, remember, we're gonna build this big berm, and then we're gonna have to fill it with sand.
right,
And then build a liner, and then put the wetlands on it, so. But
is there a cost estimate? Roughly what
well,
this would
I want to go
cost?
through the first thing of the memo, and I want to kind of get, I say the cost estimate right now is between $3 and $4 million with everything.
For just this part? With
Or just this, or that's the
No, that would
lagoon
be
cell
all
and
the components, the lift station, the screening. There's some refinement that we need to look at, but the first item on the memo really regards the capacities. What is, I guess we're to the point of we need to understand what your guys' wants and desires are, not only for the size currently. Do we look at future? What's your thoughts on that? Right now, we're averaging about 375,000 gallons a day. 2019 was 406,000 gallons average per day. Now, what comes into that is it a wet year? Is it a dry year? You know, I mean, obviously people are gonna use water. Some people use more than others, but you know, future considerations, are we worried about what sizing we do now? And whatever size we do now, we need to understand, okay, what's the options for if we need more? What is the options? And that was one of the big impetuses of doing this floodplain modeling, to get us an expanse that if we only need half of that bottom cell, that's all we would, you know, look at now, but we would feel comfortable we could do more in the future.
Okay.
And then based off of that, I'm gonna bring you more information here. I think we need to talk about whether I'm here at your next council meeting or Austin and I talked about a workshop, either case. But I'd definitely like to meet with you again. I'm gonna give you the guts of the report with the EOPCs, but I do want to have a discussion tonight about your guys' feelings on what's the capacities that you think we need. I'm giving you those numbers, and the higher the number, obviously, the more acreage we need. And you can see on the bottom of that first sheet, this is a similar table as we discussed previously, and I did find I had a mistake on that from the last time. So the other question is, and I'm going to give you this information so you can see the differences, okay? But based off of the flow, you can look at this table. The top one is if we don't build a new primary cell, how much acreage would we need? And I want to be honest with you, the top two lines, the 0.25 seepage, the second column, that's the regulatory limit. That's the most we can seep. And realistically, we need to be looking at less. And that's, you know, the 1.875. So if we don't do a primary cell, we're looking at somewhere in the range of 22 to 30 acres of wetlands that would be required. That northern one was about 14 usable. That acreage right there would take about all of this, pretty much all this.
30 acres would?
Yeah, of certain, because we're not looking at the acreage on the top of the berm, we're looking at the interaction of the wetlands.
Right.
So it would take most of this if we don't. And then what do you do for expansion? Well, the answer would be you would have the option of adding a new primary cell. Or you could look at it the other way. If you look at the bottom one, if we do a new primary cell, we might be able to effectively utilize that northern wetland cell and be done. And then your expansion is wetlands in the future to the south. And I'll mention a couple things about that scenario, and this is all kind of revolving around what's the gallons per day that we want to work with. And my feeling is you need to be looking around the 400,000. Yeah. That's my feeling. We are going to get some updated info for the last part of 20 and of 21. That'll be involved in the discussion, but I really think and I'm an engineer, I'm conservative, but the numbers really put that out, you know, that's probably where you need to be.
Can I need to ask Austin something.
Sure.
Our population, what is our population? Has it been going up? Have you been able to see the census? Because he's talking about expansion, which is understandable. But I want to know where our population is going to.
It's been steady or down a little bit. I mean, it's been at
It's
that
been
30,
fairly
31.
steady.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
really amazing
flat.
for
Yeah.
rural.
Pretty flat.
Yeah.
Flat, even after we took the census?
We don't know
it
the
didn't-
census data.
We don't know yet?
September is when the census data comes out.
Okay.
Sure.
I
I'll
just-
believe it when I see it.
Yeah, that is exactly what
Okay,
we
I was
said.
just curious.
Yeah, and that's why this discussion right now is important, is, yes, you always want to look at future and growth and all those things, but we don't want to spend an extra $1 million for build it and they will come.
Right.
But we do want to have a thought process of, if they do come, how are we going to be able to react? You haven't gone out and spent the money, but you have an understanding of what, okay, if this happens, if X happens, we do Y. That's the type of scenario, at least that's what I'm trying to work through to give you, so you have that playlist. And obviously, if it goes the other way and we have a drastic reduction, yeah, there's gonna be issues with wetlands will be an issue because you'll dry them out. Or could be, I'd say it that way. The nice thing with lagoons, the actual lagoon cells, we can run them a little higher, which gets us more volume if we need, if it's a wet year or a wet season. We can run them higher so we don't flood out the wetlands. And, you know, through the winter, and we kind of need to do that because through the winter, we can't put a whole lot into the wetlands just because the environment isn't going to be conducive. But through the late spring and through the summer, we're seeing the heat waves now. We can probably pump quite a bit of water to that and lower the cells in the lagoon, you know, in the lagoon system. So it's an operational technique. The wetlands themselves, you need to keep in a realistic, you know, amount of water. The lagoon cells, we can rise them up, we can lower them, you know, that's nothing, you know, wrong with doing that. So that's my recommendation. If there's, I guess what I'm asking, what would you like information on? Do you want to do, I can definitely, I've got the info on the 370 and put the 400. Do you want to look at something larger? Just, this is your report.
I'd like to get some feedback from other cities that did wetlands with no primary cell, whether they regret not building primary cell or building primary cell, you know. I'd like to get some sort of feedback from other
Well,
cities.
let's talk a little bit about that. The advantage, let's talk about the disadvantage of building a primary cell. The cost, I mean, that's one. To be honest, there's probably not gonna be a tremendous amount of difference per acre. And actually, the per acre of wetlands, if we need to go past this northern cell, is gonna go up. They're almost equal. They're gonna end up being pretty equal between the two. Your current, we know, we've done the geotech, we know the liner material is there. We're good. And so the cost of that is, I'm gonna say, about as seamless as we could because we know we have good quality dirt there that's ready, built for lagoon system. That's gonna give us a tighter liner than I would like, because I would like you to get a little bit more seepage. That's part of the problems of what you're having now. And still meet regulations. The advantage of building a primary cell, the first one is you only have one primary cell right now. And to be honest with you, it is not configured correctly. There is a little bit of short circuiting. There's some issues there that you are not getting the full capacity, treatment capacity out of your current primary cell. And we can go through and we could do, you know, differing things, different piping and do different things that way. That would help that. But the other thing is that cell does have sludge in it, and at some point, you're gonna need to desludge it.
Yep.
And that's gonna be a cost. I don't necessarily know as if that needs to be included in this project at all. I think that's a discussion you could look, I want you to keep that in mind, that maybe 10 years down the road, you're gonna do that. If you build your other primary cell, now you have a real opportunity to not overload that treatment. Because if you overload your lagoons, you have the potential of overloading your wetlands. And you're gonna spend money I'm not gonna say every year, but probably if you can have you're gonna spend money on wetlands, you better plan on budgeting annually for some of that. Sometimes it's not gonna be a tremendous amount of dollars, but every 5 years, you're probably gonna have to go through certain patches and redo stuff. So the primary cell limits your size of your wetlands. And albeit once the primary's in, other than sludge in maybe 30 years, 40 years, you're not going to need to do much with that. So that's a big advantage for a primary cell. And I'll give you some different configurations between that, but protecting a wetland is important, and that's done by having better treatment upstream. And you're not meeting BOD and TSS right now because of your current configuration. So the primary helps that. I guess what I would say is wetlands is becoming more and more of a conceptual thought process for municipalities because KDHE is really pushing non-discharge. They want to get away from that. There's not a tremendous amount of them out there, but I will tell you that the better treatment you have in front of it is going to treat your wetlands better. And I think long term, one of the things that we want to look at, or that can be a discussion for future, but is there thought processes of, you know, do you want to have public interaction and differing things with that, you know, to utilize that? There may actually be some funding to do that. And I think that, and that's not really tied to the new stuff, but there might be some possibilities of that in regards to wetlands. And I'll give you some more info on that, the differences between those. But I guess I'm gonna say right now, based off of the info, I think you need 400 unless the remaining stuff that I see, we jump up higher. And if we do, I'll give you that info. But is there any other thought process from the council to say, we need 5% growth, 10% growth, that you want to see that info as well?
I'm of the mind, and I don't know where the rest of the council is, but I'd rather have a little bit extra capacity than build it for just what we need and then have another council in 10 years having to add on to our system. That's my take on it. But
I guess.
And you never know, businesses, you know, move around, come to town and stuff, you know, you get a business, say, high water use business, a lot of waste and stuff, it all goes up there too. You just never know what,
Yeah.
you know, candy factories and stuff like that, they burn a lot of water.
You know, with lagoons, the one thing you can't do is we can't build a system that's 25% bigger than you need.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it. I mean,
Right.
it's a waste of money anyway, but you really can't because you can inherently hurt your system.
I have one question. We're talking to do what we need to do to meet the requirements now. What protection do we have that all of a sudden
Somebody doesn't say you need to do something different?
making a stricter deal, and then we're gonna have to go through this again?
Okay.
What kind of a protection do we have about that?
I will tell you this, ultimately, I can't give you a 100% guarantee. There's no way. What I can tell you is the intention of going to, quote, the non-discharge, is that you get away from what's called the NPDES permit. That's a federal permit because you discharge. That is a federal permit. If you go to a non-discharge, you drop that federal and you now are state on a non-discharging permit. And as I said, the state really wants that to happen.
And that would be more protection for us.
Well, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have,
That's regulation.
you think about it, you're moving the ultimate decision from Washington DC to at least Topeka. So we're getting closer.
Yeah.
Can I tell you that, I can tell you in the environment right now, the worst thing that you could have is a capacity issue. You need more capacity, you build more wetlands. Because if we go through, we'll design and construct these facilities to meet all the current regulations. They'll be tested, they'll be approved, they'll be signed off by KDHE as well. So, now, if you want to think about worst case scenario and you look at the potential for new regulations or water quality standards or something like that.
Yeah.
The one thing that's hitting lagoons right now that if you weren't looking at something like this, you would be looking at in your next permit cycle, which ends in 2025. That's the federal permit. Ammonia. You guys are meeting that right now, but those limits are dropping drastically everywhere in the state. That's another good thing for a primary cell because that also helps that system kick that too. There's other ways to get it. You can put in aerators and you can throw in solar aerators. You can put in high horsepower mixers and aerators. There's things that you can do to help your system, but that's a long-term cost that typically you never win with. So if you're worried about the potential, and obviously the potential is always there.
Yes.
The primary will help that consideration because you're beefing up your main treatment site. Remember, that's your treatment site, your lagoons. The wetlands is the discharge point, if you will, except by definition, we are non-discharging because we'll meet the separation of groundwater, we'll meet the liner requirements, and so that water will seep slowly because we have the liner, but it will also evaporate and it will also evapotranspiration with the plants.
I know like our current lagoon right now, July, August, September, 100-degree days.
Mm-hmm.
We very seldom have anything come out of the lagoon into the river.
Mm-hmm.
When it goes into the wetland, how do we make sure there's enough water in that wetland to make it through, let's say, September, to make sure there's still water in that lagoon, or in that wetland?
Your current configuration, you're right that during the hot weather months, you don't have much discharge. You right now are just, it's a, I don't want to say set it and forget it type of system, but it's all gravity, you're all tiered. And at the end, you have a weir that says hold it at 8 feet, that last cell. And if the water gets through, it's 5, it's 8, and it gets high enough, it rolls over that weir and makes its way out. Hot weather, it doesn't hit that weir. You can go and pull and make that system drain. And so that's what I'm saying. So like I said, you can raise the level, you can put more components in to keep that level higher. And that's what a lot of times you might need to do through the winter. But keeping it, making sure that we're good, we'll probably we'll go into the fall, early winter, we'll be going in with those lagoons low. so that you have capacity to come back
Yeah.
and hold, basically, for the whole year, or for that season
Right.
before it comes through.
Because I take it the wetlands are supposed to have a foot or 2 foot of water in them.
It matters on the
Theoretically,
elevations of
yeah.
where they are, but yes, yeah, they're water hungry.
Yeah.
They'll want that, which is good, that's what
Right.
we wanna do, so. So jumping back real quick, so, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned additional capacity, do you want me to, I'm gonna do a 400, 370,
Well,
you
I'm
wanna do
thinking I would like
four-
to focus more on the 400 than the 350, I guess is what I'm saying.
Do you want to go above 400?
I don't know if you want to go much, we're gonna have to build a cell regardless, and I think then when we're talking about is whether we do all the wetlands or just some of the wetlands,
Well,
aren't we
that's my
kind of
question.
talking about?
If we build the cell, then we only need part of the wetlands.
14 acres
Right.
or whatever.
And then if we need to expand, we can do the rest of the wetlands, the rest of that area?
Yeah, for future, if you need, and I'm saying you can do that based off of DWR. This is another permit, but it's DWR for the filling. I feel comfortable that you could fill that area to the south. And when I mean fill, we're gonna build the berm, which will be the fill, because we'll be
And
above.
from what I can see, basically, the new cell and that portion of the wetlands we need was over 3 million?
Well, not just for the wetlands, but we'll have to have a lift station.
Correct.
Force main, and then we're looking at some screening improvements at your main lift station. So, yeah, total, everything, and this is important, because we'll talk about it here, it's over 3 million. I think it'll be between the 3 and 4 million. So what I'm gonna do is, I'll do a 375, 400, and a 4 1/4, so you can look at it, okay?
How many times have we been over 400?
You averaged over 400 in 2019, for the whole year.
In 2019, but were there any, how many years did we give you of history?
Well, that one, I think the next highest was 390, and then you had some 360s.
Yeah.
Yeah, 350 is not even in the number. I mean, it's the base that,
So was 2019, was that a wet year, do you
That was a wet year, so
was
a
a
lot
wet
of that was
year.
probably water that got into our sewer system.
But you don't have any figures from this year yet? 'Cause-
not from 21,
Yeah.
no. And I'll get that, and we'll make sure, and I'll let Austin know, you know, if something just seems way out. I doubt it. You know, based off your population, you do have some industry components, but I don't see it going to 450 or above that by any means.
Yeah.
So we'll look at that based off of that scenario. The next thing, and we'll kind of go through this, I've already talked about the wetlands on page 2. Potential funding sources, just real quick, we'll be looking at primarily 4 different types of funding for this project. The bonding, which you guys are experienced with and understand. CDBG, that's a grant program, eligibility up to 600,000. This is what works on your fire station right now, and you've utilized, well, have you used it for any other things yet?
Not since I've been here, but.
Not
yeah.
since you
Longer ago.
got
Yeah,
your
longer ago.
latest.
Yep.
And I have found out that even if your impact study, that you've already done,
The survey.
the survey that's already been done is going to be good even if the census comes out before we apply in September and it says you're not eligible anymore. But
That's a good change.
at least today, they said that they are going to honor all those income surveys through this application period, and then next year, whatever happens, happens with the census, okay? The recommended match is 1-to-1. So if you're applying for 600,000, you want to match with at least 600,000, which would mean a $1.2 million project. Not really gonna be a problem here. But I am gonna talk next about phasing. I'll go through the next two real quick though. SRF, that's a, low interest 20-year loan. And right now it's in the high ones, low 2%. And I think you guys have utilized those in the past. Rural development. This is a federal program from United States Department of Agriculture. They have 40-year loans, which in this case makes some sense because your largest component in here will be, you know, it's not necessarily a pump, although we have the lift station, we have the screening. The biggest part of this project will be the wetlands and the construction capital cost for the wetlands and or the primary cell. They also have a potential for grant dollars, okay? But I have talked with them. You are eligible, but what they do is they look at your current rates, your budgets, everything with that, how much it costs for you to run your system. And they look at what's called like systems, similar population, similar types of projects that you're looking at or they're already done and you're looking at. And they come up with what they feel is a like system cost. And that may end up being that they say, okay, after $50 a month average cost, we'll give you a grant. Okay?
Well, what?
Don't hear what I just said. It's just a number, but they'll look and see. We've worked with communities that the average sewer cost would go up from $30 a month to $75 because of what they have to do. Rural development would come in and say, okay, we're going to cap that at 50. So we're going to give you grant so we keep you at 50, which we believe is a reasonable. I don't know the exact number for the city of Marysville, but I will tell you, you guys have an MHI of about 44,000. That's median household income. Their typical starting point is around 1.5%. So that would end up being over almost $55. Okay, might come down, but what that means is you would have to raise your rates. The cost of the project would have to raise your rates up there, and you're not going to see that with this project. The other thing with SRF is I think there's a real opportunity for you to get $1 million loan forgiveness, up to $1 million loan forgiveness. Loan forgiveness is different than a grant. You apply for it, you go through, you get it, and your first payment, they just lop off that amount. So it's a great thing to have, but your project actually fits in very well with some new programming that they're coming out for those dollars. Okay, project phasing. This is an important one. CDBG has made a new consideration, and that if a project is over $3 million, this is total construction, everything involved with that, you have to have applied, or you have to have already had the project designed, submitted to KDHE before you apply. That's not happening here. Okay, that's not going to happen because in 2 months that's not going to happen. But what we can do and will do with this PER, and this is part of what we'll talk about at the next meeting of what's the best way to configure this project. We're going to have two phases. We're going to have a phase A, we're going to have a phase B. Whatever we apply for with CDBG will definitely be below $3 million. And we also want to look at, yes, sir.
When you said it's not going to happen by September, why can't it happen by then if we really got jumped on it? You said it can't happen.
It's physically not able to happen. I can't design this project we won't it just is physically not possible.
They won't
I
have
need-
enough time to get the
I don't have
design
enough
done.
time to get it done. I mean, it's a 9-month process generally
I see.
to go through there.
I
And,
just figured
and all,
maybe
I'm not trying to say, and this is what I would say. I have no problem if we apply and you're awarded, we have a requirement you'll be awarded and contracted, you'll be awarded in January of 2022. You'll be contracted sometime March 1st to April 1st of 22. You have 1 year. From that point of contract, you have 1 year to get it bid. And I'd have no problem saying we could have it designed and have it bid within that 1 year time frame. They have made a consideration that effectively we would have to be submitting the design to KDHE in the next 6 weeks.
I mean, there's no way to do that, is that?
There's no way to do it. So we're looking at the other route is, can we take parts? We have 3 major parts. We have the lagoon wetland. That's a big piece. That's the biggest piece. We have the lift station that we're going to need in force main. That's another component. We have the screening. That's another component. If you think about contractors, who's going to want to look at the lagoons and wetlands may not want to look at the lift station and screening.
Yeah.
Because they're different contractors. If we bid it all together, they're going to go out and find the subs. You know, whether it's a big company that's going to want to do the lift station and screen and they find a dirt contractor that will be their sub, or vice versa.
Well, the sub could have tracked it out.
Yeah, they would always subcontract that out anyway. I mean, at one point. So it's really not a huge deal. It's a way that we can work around this to still apply this year, hopefully be awarded next year, be in construction at the first part of 23. Okay, I just wanted that to, everyone understands that. And I will bring back some of that info of how I think those combinations might work the best. There's a couple different ways that you look at the impacts of these funding agencies in regards to the overall construction costs. There's particular issues that they require that if you were doing this project by yourself, the contractor wouldn't have to worry about. And they would give you probably a cheaper price because they do not have to follow these scenarios.
Yeah.
But it carries with it. The funds that they give you come with those strings.
Yeah, and we ran into that on the fire station. I mean, it raised the cost of our fire station. Didn't raise it $600,000 worth, which is whatever we ended up getting, but it did raise the cost.
Yes.
It's a lot smaller project than this, so I guess that would be a concern of mine would be.
Well, and
if
that's
you're
some
talking
of
that
the,
it's only gonna cover an eighth of the project.
well, and that's
how much is it
part
driving up
of
the
what I'm
cost?
gonna try to look at in combination of what would be the best combination. Is it better that we apply for CDBG with a $1.5 million? That's the screening, the lift station, the force main, and any work we need to do out at the lagoons other than the primary cell. Put a package together that realistically gets you to the point that you need to be and apply to make sure you're eligible for that 600,000.
Yeah.
In the PER, we physically have to break these phases up so that they said you have to be very transparent of what is CDBG project and what is not. And so we'll have 2 different estimates of costs. We'll break down differing things because of that, but that's okay. We'll do that.
Question, so you feel very confident that we'll be able to get these grants?
Do I feel confident? As confident as I can be, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate,
Okay.
and if we don't get the grants,
Mhm.
what then?
Well,
We're against the time clock.
we are. We have to be done by the end of '23. We're supposed to be done by KDHE. I think it's the end of October.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the end of October of '23. We've been in discussion with KDHE. They understand that right now you're in a process. They understand the CDBG process as well. If you don't get those funds, that is a consideration that you guys would have to decide. You know, what do we do? But realistically, there isn't a whole lot of, I mean, I'll just say this, you're not doing the screening properly. You're not gonna do that part of the project.
Well, unless we want to finance it.
Yeah.
I mean, the financing is is the other option besides getting $600,000.
It comes down to how much money do you wanna borrow? And if the number is too high, you're gonna start looking at what can we cut. There's a part of this project you're not really able to get away from.
Then again, you start cutting stuff out, like you cut the screening out, then you end up with more sludge in your lagoon cells.
Yes.
So, you know, there again, it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, it's a cause and effect situation. So realistically,
Wear and tear on the
Wear and
pumps,
tear on the
and
pumps
everything
and
else,
everything, yeah. Pipe, everything else.
what we look at right now is there's, for the SRF program, the state revolving fund, that 20-year loan with potential forgiveness, we're gonna submit a pre-application to them so that the city of Marysville is on their intended use program. The number put in, we can put in 3 million, that's fine. The number can go higher, it can go lower. It's right now, it's just a placeholder, we're gonna meet the requirements, and then when we decide what we want to actually look for, we'll apply. And just so you know, you will need to apply before the application is due September 24th, okay? You will need to ultimately apply for that, at least the initial. You won't go all the way through, you're not gonna get all the way through that process, but you're gonna have enough that when CDBG asks KDHE on SRF, have they applied, are they good? Yes, they have matching through us in whatever amount. And it doesn't set you into anything, you're not gonna get to that point before September 24th, okay? We do need to do a kayak, which is the Kansas Intergovernmental Agency Committee. That is a combination of all the funding agencies and the regulatory agencies. We will need to submit that to, I would like to submit it by July 1, the kayak application. So that would be shortly thereafter our next meeting, whether that's your next council meeting, or a workshop or something like that. But realistically, they have meetings in July and August. We need to be, in August, they try to have them have them for the western Kansas communities. So, yes.
And so your agency is gonna be doing these applications. Austin doesn't have to do any of this application work, or is this, he's just gonna give you the information?
We're working on it together.
Yeah, for the SRF pre-app, we'll work through that. And yes, at some point in time, we'll need to decide if SRF is the route we go. It might be something that you want to talk with Amanda Horn about. They sometimes will do that, your grant administrator, that they'll assist through that as well, and that's fine with us. So we do need to do the kayak. We'll attend that, and either they meet the second or fourth Tuesdays of the month, and we will need at least one city represent at that meeting. Basically, we sit in front of them. They'll already have a copy of the PER. We sit in front of them, tell them what our situations are, what we would like to do. They ask questions. They kind of tell us yeah, if you wanna apply to us, we'll give you money, or, yep, you're on the IUP, you're good to go. So that's something that we'll need to do. You can kind of look at the rest of that. We'll have to have a public hearing prior to the CDBG application. There will be a requirement of approving contingent design, construction contracts, construction services through my firm, or if you want to look at another firm, but you need to have a contingent agreement, and contingent being, it's contingent upon you getting CDBG. So nothing starts. And you would need to do the same thing for your grant administrator. It would also be contingent, that nothing starts until you get that component. But those you should have before the application. So that's kind of this list. So with that, I'm going to stop. I've monopolized enough of your evening. And before the next meeting, whichever that is, whether it's in 2 weeks or we look at a workshop opportunity the following week or what have you. I guess I've thought a little bit more about this. I think I personally would prefer the 2-week.
Okay.
Be at the council. If there's other questions or something that we need to get together after that, before we do the kayak, we would then have an opportunity.
Okay.
And I will be sending more information to Austin before that meeting, so you guys will have a chance to
I'd say we might just have a special council meeting with just me and Dee this whole entire time, instead of a regular council meeting where.
Well,
do you want to meet at 6 or 5, or, you know, or something?
He needs the 2 weeks.
Yeah,
is what it
I
is.
mean, you need a couple weeks to get their information
Right,
together.
I mean,
Yeah.
So,
all I'm saying is, if we just have just a meeting with just him, special council meeting with just him.
And to be honest with you, I am fine of coming up, and if you get the rest of your business done and I'm last, that's fine. If you want to do something earlier, at say 5:30 or 6, I'm fine with that. Yes, it would be good to have some opportunity to focus, and not spend a whole bunch of other people's time as well.
Yeah, I mean, we could come early, but the bad thing about that is if we, say an hour early and we're already at a half an hour tonight, and, I don't think we need an hour, but I hate to rush.
And I'm fine with staying at the end. That is not a problem at all. I want to be respectful of the citizens.
I think the setup of him coming back on a council meeting night versus any later than that, giving him the full 2 weeks, I had talked about, in fact, I'm going to talk about it later, setting up a workshop for the 30th. We'll probably stick to the 30th at this point. That way, we can have that meeting, and if anything comes up, because we have to turn in that application on July 1, anything comes up at that meeting, we have 3 days to figure it out before we have to turn in the application. It gives us a little buffer.
I would
get this project.
respectfully, like to have that little buffer. But,
so,
do you want more than that?
no, we're good.
Okay.
We're good.
All right.
I mean, the major thing we've been working through is the floodplain issue, and now that we have that, got the thought process on the capacities, and I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have pool passes and the temperature policy at the pool. Because we did have an issue their opening weekend, a little bit of a problem with, which most of the other pools did not open either, but as everybody knows, it was kind of a crummy, cold Memorial weekend. So we didn't end up opening until Tuesday, I believe it was. Because the water temperature wasn't, or the air temperature wasn't above 70 degrees. And then we didn't do morning swim either, even though we really don't have a set policy for what the temperature needs to be in the morning, because a lot of times in the morning for morning swim it's not 70 degrees. Got anything to add to that, Diane?
Well, we went swimming previously in the mornings when it's been 40 degrees, so people are really not very happy that we didn't have morning swim
Was that in the fall?
this year.
Oh, probably,
So, we've opened before in the middle of May,
yeah.
so they were wondering why we didn't open the middle of May this year.
Middle of May?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You're waiting on the probe.
No, that's right, we had a probe for the heater, which,
Well, they didn't tell us that. Had they said that, then people wouldn't have been upset. They thought it was because of the pool temperature, so.
okay. So this is about opening up in the middle of May? Because I thought it was more about, I guess I thought, I misunderstood, I guess. I thought it was more about the temperature there on Memorial Weekend.
Well, most of them thought it was because of the temperature.
Okay. Well, I think that and here's the way I guess I thought of it, is if the pool is shut down because it's too cold and crummy on Memorial Weekend, I don't see why you would open it up just for morning swim on those days. If it's too cold for everybody else to use the pool, I don't really want to get into that argument between this group gets access to the pool and this group does not. If it's too cold and dreary for it to be open in the afternoon, then I don't know why you'd have it open in the morning.
Well, because it has in previous
weekend.
years, that's why. I mean, that was the concern.
Yeah.
I mean, people didn't understand that had morning swim.
Well, it was a weird year. I mean, I can't remember a year when it was cold and miserable on Memorial Weekend and you weren't open.
But we didn't do morning swim last year, so that would kind of be like saying, why are you doing morning swim now?
Well, and I think some of that was because of COVID. I mean, last year was a weird year for everything because
Last
of
year
COVID.
was because you didn't have the staff to run
And
morning
that too.
swim.
And that too. Yeah.
That's what that was.
That too.
Most of the last several years, we've had morning swim in the middle of May, and we were going when it was like in the low 40s.
Yeah.
So this year, people were upset because the pool was, the water was in the pool, so why weren't we making use of it? So, I mean, that was the concern, so.
Well, I mean, and, sorry, you want.
So why do we have a heated pool? So why do we have a heated pool if we're not gonna use it?
Well, but whether it's heated or not, I mean, it was cold that weekend. I mean, and it was raining off and on Sunday and Monday. Saturday would have been the way they would have been, but it was cold.
Where does the 70-degree air temperature come from?
I think the Red Cross did it.
Does it have something to do possibly with hypothermia?
Hypothermia,
Oh.
yeah.
It has to do, and I kind of asked about that too, because I didn't understand, I guess, why you have that if you have a heated pool. But I guess they're thinking on it is when you have kids there, they're in and out and in and out, then you're sitting them on a bench for, 10 minutes every hour. And so there's concern with that. If it's a 60-degree day and they're getting in and out of the water. And you as well as I do, a lot of people, their kids show up at 1 and they're there till 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
If it was just for an hour, it probably wouldn't be a big deal, but if they're all there all day, then, yeah.
Austin, do you have that hypothermia chart?
I'm working on it.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Kids walk by my house in the wintertime in shorts and hardly any coats on.
Well,
Yeah, but is that the city's responsibility?
Yeah,
That's
I've
not
got
the
a
city's
kid that does
responsibility.
that,
I
and,
understand
yeah.
But still, what I'm saying is why in the past have we had the pool open and this year we didn't for morning swim? That's what I'm saying. And what was about the probe? I didn't know anything about a probe.
It's a probe for, figuring out the.
Probably measures the
Testing the-
temperature, or not.
Chlorine. No,
Oh, the chlorine probe, okay.
Okay.
And it
That
was
would be,
broken.
that would be even worse.
And it didn't work, and so they didn't know
But we
that-
didn't know anything about that. Nobody said anything about it, so.
Well, I just know that it was broken.
Well,
And
I
then we had to
mean,
order it in, and that's when it came in 2 days before Memorial Weekend, and
okay.
then Memorial Weekend, it was way nasty. So they just, for
Well,
one day,
well,
they didn't
but-
open it. So that was their.
And I
Had that
mean,
been explained, that might have made a difference too, so.
true. I mean, we can change the temperature policy, but then I'll play devil's advocate. Here's the thing. It was a big deal this year because it was Memorial Weekend. It was the first weekend the pool was gonna be open, and it was cold and miserable, and the pool was closed down. But do you wanna change a policy and say you're a month in, and it's a 60-degree overcast day, do you really want to staff the pool all day when nobody's gonna wanna show up to the pool anyway? After you've had it open for a month, I mean, on a cruddy day like that, I think most people are gonna be, staying home that day.
But you also
So-
have swim team also then. The swim team kids need to practice if they're, and those kids are down there waiting to go swimming too, for practice for swim team. So it's
Well, and I
not
don't
just,
think
it's
we've-
just not morning swim, it's swim team.
Well, I don't think we've generally enforced the temperature with swim team though either, have we? I mean, it's
They
early
don't
enough in the
start
morning.
till
that-
after the 1st of June.
Okay.
They don't start early.
Yeah, typically, there's not that many days where it's that cold when the pool's open. It was just, like I say, it was just an odd year this year. So I don't know if I mean, change of policy, but I don't know if I'd do a knee-jerk response and change a policy for something that happened to be an issue this year that hasn't been an issue in the past, but,
I thought that was, when this pool was built, with the heated pool, I thought that was one of the purpose, so you could actually go swimming when the temperatures are a little cooler. I thought that's what was
well,
the
but
reason
it doesn't matter, I
behind
mean, when you get out of the pool, it doesn't, I mean, when you're wet, whatever the outside temperature is still gonna, I mean, you can't keep the pool at, you know,
Right, I know,
78.
but
when-
I'm saying when that pool was built, that one of the main factors behind the heated pool was.
Okay, so.
Designed to get you in it quicker,
It's,
not.
well, yeah, it's
Well,
not
I
so
just-
much okay, so I think I mean, you can call it a pool heater, but it's more like a pool preheater. I think
Yeah.
the origin of that system was to get the temperature of the water up earlier in the season, but
And
not to necessarily
that's what I thought.
change. It's to get the water temperature up sooner.
So you're not hopping in a Memorial Weekend in a pool
Yeah,
that's
but-
55 and your lips turn blue. But I don't think it's,
It's not gonna get the pool to 85.
Yeah.
It's not a hot tub, unfortunately.
or if you have to drain it and
I
fill
thought
it
that
with
was
fresh
the
water, you get it up to
driving factor
temperature.
behind the heated pool was so you could actually go in the pool at a cooler temperature.
We don't expect it to be 85 degrees. Nobody's complaining about that. But if the water's
I know.
warm enough so we can go in,
I will say I've had some comments this week from people that are not entirely disappointed that the heaters broke down this week. Because it's a little bit cooler.
well, yeah, now it's to the point where the water's comfortable.
Oh, yeah, well, because but it's not 78 or whatever we usually heat it at, I don't think. And that's what people have said. To me, 78 degrees for a pool's not refreshing when you're jumping into it on a 100-degree day. But that's me. I mean, I'm not saying I want it 55 and be cold either, but almost 80 is,
Right. But we have a
know,
pool,
lukewarm
let's
tub
use
water.
it. You know, we have a pool, let's use it.
and we are, I mean, those were, like I say, they were bad days. They weren't days when most people would have wanted to go swimming.
I've been there once this year,
Yeah.
and it was on a Thursday, a couple of weeks ago, and it was like 90 degrees outside, and when you got out of the pool, it was cold.
Mhm.
'Cause I'd sit and cover up with a towel because it was so cold.
Yeah. But I guess, I mean, what we're discussing is that policy, so does anybody want to make a motion to change that pool policy?
Yes, I make a motion, we change the pool policy.
On the temperature
What
to,
policy are we changing?
well, the temperature policy, I think, is what we're discussing. What do you want to change the temperature to? Or do you want to just do away with the temperature requirement? I mean, you want to lower it to 60 or?
Well, whatever we had 2 years ago when we had it, we didn't have a
policy's
pool,
been in
we didn't
effect
have.
since 2012.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
policy's been in place for a long
Since-
time.
since
Well,
before
yeah,
the
I know
pool
that,
was
I know that has been so, but whatever the pool, whatever we used 2 years ago, I mean, worked fine.
Well,
The swim
used this.
team went, we had lap swim in the mornings, we had adult swim in the mornings when we didn't have a temperature.
Well, no, we have for the regular pool, we just haven't really enforced it for morning swim or swim team.
Well,
So, so is the temperature the issue, or are you wanting to say that on days when the pool isn't open to everybody in the afternoon, that you're still gonna have morning swim, I guess?
You gotta remember, we've had 3 different managers for 3 different years, too.
Yeah.
well,
So, you know, some of that lays in the manager, too. So you can't be popping this all on the city.
Well, but the manager follows our policy. I mean,
They're
it's
supposed to, but do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you had one that followed the policy.
this year.
Now
Yeah.
there's
Wow.
trouble.
So,
Yeah, yeah,
Find the
Well,
bad side of
If
that.
we're gonna have policy, why are we not following it?
exactly.
That's my question. And this manager is following policy, correct?
Correct.
So far, yeah.
Correct.
And I just point out, I mean, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other cities. One said they opened even if they were cold. Everybody else had a base of 70 degrees. Some had 75. Actually, one had 75. One had 74. Everybody else had 70 degrees. 2 of them had heated pools, just for reference.
And one of them only allows the swim team to practice for 1 hour if the air temperature is 60.
Right.
Well, I
So
think
you-
we need to have a swim team. I think we need to have a swimming committee look at this and then come back to the council's what I think we need.
I mean, council can do that if they want to, but I'm of the mind that I don't know what that solves, because whatever a committee comes up with is gonna come back to, and all 8 of you are here tonight. It's gonna come back to you, and you're gonna have to sort out what you do wanna do, whether you wanna change it or not. I mean, are you wanting to make a motion for a policy change then, or? Are you, are you wanting to do, lower the temperature requirement, or?
Wait, you're involving, you've got the swim team that goes at the same time. They come in right after the swim, after morning swim at 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
What time do they? Don't they start at
Supposed to come in. They were supposed to be there.
10
Supposed to be
o'clock?
there.
They come in at, yeah.
10 o'clock. They now say they come in at 10 o'clock.
Okay, then I get out at 10 o'clock then from morning swim. They're at 8 o'clock when we get out.
Really?
Yes.
Well, morning swim's only supposed to be 6 to 8, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So now I got a whole bunch of questions of what's going on down there.
Right.
Well, I don't know, but there's somebody there at 8 o'clock in the morning when we get out, because they told us we have to be out at 8 o'clock. So I don't know what's going on, but anyway.
We're putting the vacuum in.
Well,
What?
that's what was sold to us. That was what was sold to us with the 2 morning lifeguards is at 8 o'clock, they're supposed to be putting the vacuum in and starting the cleaning of the pool so it could get done before swim team and be done before the pool actually opened.
Pool opens.
Well, then I don't know what's going on then, so I guess I must be getting out at 10 o'clock then from morning swim then, so I don't know.
Diane, I'm
I
asking
don't
lots
know,
of
but
questions because this
anyway.
has really gotten confusing now.
We go from 10 to 8, and then we're out at 8 o'clock,
Okay.
and there's people there. I don't know,
Swim
it's kids.
team is at 8. My daughter's apparently, I checked our family calendar, she's on swim team, so.
We'll double check with the swim.
Say, 'cause
I'm
they're
gonna
only
say some
supposed to be there at
questions
10.
need to be-
I didn't
They were
even-
supposed to be 10 to
Everybody's so
11:30.
busy, I never really,
Yeah, right.
off my radar, but
What's in the policy?
that's correct.
I'll talk with the manager on that one.
Okay.
It looks like there's an 8 and a 10:30, so. check
Well, I
on
think,
that.
I think the older kids come, and then I think the younger kids come.
Yeah, they may break it out, I don't know.
Huh?
Yeah, they might be trying to break it out.
I
That
don't
means
know.
that we're not getting cleaning done.
Yeah. And we're not following policy then either.
Okay. That's something I'll have to address.
So,
The
I don't-
league
whatever.
should be.
Why don't you get a hold of the pool manager
Early or
Right, but
later.
that's
and
different.
see what's going on
I'll definitely talk
first,
to the manager on this.
and then you can bring it back to us?
Right. No, I'll see what's going on and see what the cleaning schedule is, because I was unaware of when the pool or when the swim team was coming in.
Yeah, because my understanding for these 2 specific guards in the morning was to achieve cleaning.
Cleaning.
Yeah,
There's only one
Which
guard.
there's only one. There's only one at a time.
but they're splitting up the week.
Right.
yeah.
Is
Right,
what they're
one's
doing.
there for 1 week, and then the next week there's
Right.
somebody else, but there's only one there at a time.
Right, but when you leave at 8 o'clock from, they're supposed to be putting the vacuum in and make sure that's getting done, and they're supposed to be doing some other stuff to fulfill their hours and to get us ahead on the cleaning is.
Yes.
That was the way that was sold to us
Yep.
down here.
Was told to who?
That was told to this council, and if that's not what's going on, then there's more discussions that need to be had.
I didn't know that was told to.
It was right here at the meeting. She stood right there and did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, so nobody's making a motion on the water temperature?
Let's wait and find out what's going on. Let's just wait
Well,
and
but
find
I
out.
think the cleaning stuff's separate from the water the water temperature is a separate issue.
I don't think there needs to be a water temperature for the morning swim or the swim team.
We're not enforcing it now, but I think, like I said, my view on it is if it's too cold and dreary
there's
to
not
have it
a
open
water
for kids in the afternoon.
An air
it's too
temperature.
cold.
There's
Yeah,
an air temperature, not a water temperature.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, air temperature policy.
For the afternoon, that's fine, but for morning swim, I don't think we need to enforce it.
Well, we haven't been.
Well, then what do you want me to, I said, that's what I said.
Okay.
For morning swim, I don't think we need to
So we're gonna-
enforce it, or for swim team, because the swim team is getting ready for swim meets. You can't be enforcing it if you want the swim team to have a swim team.
No. So I'm saying we haven't been enforcing it for morning swim or swim team.
It's 59 degrees this morning.
Yeah.
But the policy is for the after, so it states that if the air temperature is not scheduled to be, or forecasted to be 70 at noon, or whatever time it says, the pool shouldn't open.
Right.
So if tomorrow it says it's gonna be whatever temperature's above 70, then the pool's open for the whole day. That's how we're treating it. But if it's going to be freezing cold or cold, unseasonably cold, below 70 degrees, which is a standard temperature across the state, for pools heated or not, that is, seen as a risk for the kids, to have the pool open at all.
Yeah.
That brings up an interesting question. Are we paying labor to stay home on the days that the pool's closed?
No,
they're
we
not
pay for the hours
salary,
they work.
yeah.
If we close the pool because of the temperature, the people that are working do not get paid, is that correct?
No, they did not work, so they do not get paid.
Oh, I see. I thought maybe they'd still be
No, they don't
qualified
get
for
paid.
wages if they took the job, just because you closed the pool on them.
They're
wouldn't be
not
their fault.
salary, they're just strictly by the hour. So if the pool's closed, they're not getting paid.
Not union.
But a lot of times, they kind of they're kids and they look forward to a rain day every once in a while, to have a day off, but.
But as the person in charge of risk for the city, I'd hesitate. I mean, the rules there, 70 degrees, whether you feel good or not swimming and then getting out of the pool. And I've done that. I've swam in a heated pool indoor and walked home in the middle of the winter. That's me. That's not on the school that I went to. But it's telling that if we don't abide by our policies that are in place, then.
You know, when we were kids, we took swimming lessons, and it was freezing when you got out of the water, when you got in the water, and, you know, you're kids. You don't think about these things. It didn't make any difference. The older you got, the earlier in the morning you took swimming lessons. So, you know, you had 2 weeks to take swimming lessons, and you went to your swimming lessons for those 2 weeks, and it didn't make any difference what the temperature was. And I mean, I don't know that that's a big deal. Kids don't pay any attention to that. When you're a kid, you're a kid. You know, you got in the water and then you swam.
But kids aren't responsible for their own health.
Right.
This was Red Cross swimming lessons when we were kids.
And now everybody sues.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
attitudes have changed. Attitudes have changed about their children. Attitudes have changed about it. And there's nothing we can do about it.
And in some cases, the science has changed too, so.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel good leaving it the way it is because out of all the people that responded back to Austin, the majority of them are at 70 degrees. Some of them are higher, 75 and 74, but the majority of them are at 70.
Well, the majority of them that are going swimming for lap swim want it open, so.
Yeah, temperature doesn't really matter. If you wanna go get your exercise, you'll
That's
do
right.
it if it's
They
20
went,
degrees.
those people are down there for therapy and for exercise, and they want it open, so.
Actually, the cool weather policy says the water has to be 70 degrees also.
Yeah. Right, which is almost a given if the pool heater's working.
Yeah, but the water, it's cooler than that now because the air temperature is cooler. So the water is cooler than that right now because the temperature.
73 or 74, she told me it was the temperature of the water yesterday.
Okay. So I guess, does anybody want to make a motion to change our temperature policy?
I did.
She
You
made
did?
a
You
motion,
made a
no
motion?
second.
To
Okay.
change it to what? So I write it down. Sorry.
Are you changing the temperature, or you just want to make a policy that we're going to have morning swim and swim team even if we don't have the
No
pool
matter,
open in the
there'll be
afternoon?
no policy
Is
for
that,
them.
you're
what
allowing a
saying?
temperature policy, you're
Okay.
basically just
Yes.
not
Okay.
enforce a temperature
So I
for
know
them,
what it
and
says.
the pool's open for morning swim regardless if it's open for anybody else.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
right. Do I have a second?
Other than if it's rain, other than if it's storming or lightning or
Well,
whatever.
yeah, we don't have, if
With
it's
weather
lightning,
in consideration.
yeah, they're not going to let them in.
I'll second.
Okay, second, all right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
2-6,
Yeah.
okay. All right, the next thing is our pool pass policy, which I think, I've had a couple people contact me about this. The pool policy as it stands now, a family pass, basically gets everybody in one household. We've had
Their immediate family
their
only.
immediate family. We've had some residents that have asked if it could be changed so that you could, say if you bought a family plan, you could get one and just kind of add people that weren't in the same household. You could basically add people that aren't in the same household, like grandma could get on there and then the grandkids that live across town in another house type of a situation. To me, if you start that, I don't even know how you'd figure out who isn't eligible for a family pass.
Well, if grandma wants to do something for the kids, she can buy the pass for mom and or dad. That way her grandchildren can go with her with that pass.
And that's the way it is now, is that they basically buy a family plan for the grandkids and that family, and then the grandmother would have to buy a season pass for herself. Some other cities have a policy in place where you basically, I wouldn't call it a family pass, but like a multi-pass, and say there's 4 people and you can put whoever 4 you want to on there.
Normally it's 4 in the same house, but they do limit their family passes to 4 people, period.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay.
They just limit them to
you've
4
got-
people. You got 6
Well, see,
kids,
that's the
you gotta
thing.
figure out who's going on.
No, you gotta
Because
pay
of the money,
extra.
or you pay extra.
Yeah, I mean, for some
Yeah.
people, that'd be a
That is
good
correct.
thing, but if you
Like
got
Salina and
if you got
some
a
of those
a big family, then you're buying, 2 or 3 multi-passes, and that, to me, that doesn't seem right either. So I guess the question is, do we want to change? I don't know how if you wanted to change policy, I don't know how you would change it. It'd have to be something changed for next year.
Right.
Because most everybody's bought their pool passes now,
you're
and it
not
would
gonna
be
change it
a
this
mess
year.
to change it now,
And
but.
honestly, do we want to make it more complicated?
No.
No.
I've thought about it a lot, and what you could actually, if you just called it a multi-person pass, and say you put 4 people on it, because I'm gonna play devil's advocate, you're gonna lose a lot of money. Because I've already sat down long enough to figure
you
out the
think?
ways around it.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee it. Because if I got 2 kids, going,
Yeah.
and you got 2 kids going, and all we need is names,
Not true.
instead of you buying the pass, you and I are gonna split a pass.
True.
And put 4 kids on it.
Yeah.
So.
But then you'd have other families that had,
No.
4 or 5 kids, and they're gonna be buying 2 for one household, so.
You're gonna
have
cost
all-
families more money, but
Well,
you're
exactly,
gonna,
that's-
you're gonna lose money in the long run. Because there's ways around it. Because instead
there
of
would be.
buying 3 passes, you might buy 2 passes to get 8 people in. 8 kids.
And that's what I think, I mean,
I've thought about it a lot.
think-
It just, and it's gonna be hard for our workers to go,
Yeah.
okay, you're on this one, and you're on
Exactly,
this one,
yeah.
and you're on this one, and and I don't think it's fair to the bigger families that they're gonna basically get penalized,
yeah,
because right now they're paying 110 and getting 5, 6, 7 people in. And if you limit to 4,
yeah.
as Todd pointed out, the biggest thing is you're not going today.
Yeah.
We're going, and you don't want that either.
No.
That ain't fair.
So I guess that's just a question that, I mean, to ask council is, are you interested in changing that policy, or you wanna leave it as is?
Leave it as is.
Leave it as is.
That broke, don't fix it.
All right, okay.
I think it ought to include grandparents at least.
Well, then you're getting into another household, I mean,
If you got a single parent that's on the road 3 or 4 days out of the week, and those grandkids are staying with their grandparents, I think they ought to be included.
I disagree, because 2 years ago, I bought a family pass for my grandkids from Hanover and bought a single pass for me.
Well, here's
And-
yeah, I mean, there's a slippery slope there too. What if they stay with brother and sister who have a separate household? Or what if they stay with aunt and uncle? I mean, there's more than grandparents.
oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay,
But I'm just saying, if those kids are actually under that house, half the time as their parent, or even more than their parent.
But how do we?
Yeah, but like Todd's saying though, what if the aunt brings the kids all the
Yeah,
time?
what if they
then
stay
now
with the aunt and uncle
doesn't-
most of the time, and they're in that house so much?
What if,
Well, no, I'm just saying if that parent, that single parent puts his mom or his dad
What if
as only the
What if
name.
it's- But what if it's his brother or sister?
Brother and sister.
An aunt and uncle, an aunt or an uncle. It could be
Well,
the
if he
exact
doesn't
same
include their
situation.
names on it, then it doesn't matter.
I'm just, it's a can of worms.
Right.
It's real
Yeah.
hard. in
I
here.
like
It's
the can
complicated.
sealed right there.
yeah, because what if I go ahead and decide to put both my kids' grandparents on it?
It gets big and
Well, I mean,
unwieldy.
that's 2 passes that
I
I'm not
understand what
getting
you're
bought.
saying. It's a noble gesture, but I just think it's
Yeah.
too big of a problem, too big of a can.
I disagree.
I think an alternative, if we were gonna go away from the system that we have now, the alternative would be the cap system where, I mean, there's other communities, that we got some research from. For instance, Seneca did the 110 for 4 people, $20 for additional person on your pass. Clay Center did, $200 for people who live in your house. City of Wamego only has individual passes for $55. So you pay $55 per person. City,
For the season.
for the season.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So then you don't have an argument.
yeah.
Reasonable.
And then City of Sabetha,
But it hurts families. It hurts, the larger the family is, and generally families, young families with a bunch of kids
Yeah.
are making less income than most other people, and you're hurting them the worst.
yeah. And then City, yeah, last one,
Build a pool for, I mean,
oh, they're the same as City of Seneca.
So what is their individual prices to enter the pool?
That I don't know, but we don't have the individual, but I bet you we're on par or below
Because
a lot of other
somebody hit me
places.
up about that we were too expensive,
Because Blue Rapids is 50 cents.
or $1.
How much?
50 cents or $1, because they passed that big bond to get their pool.
They're subsidizing it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's.
Reality's coming.
To your end, the only way I could see doing it is do like, you can do a family plus one. I'm not gonna turn into Verizon Wireless with 400 plans, but a plus one where you add a discounted one individual to the family plan. Cause then, if it is a grandmother or an aunt or whatever, then for an extra $25 or $30 or whatever that number is,
Cause I
you
know,
can add
I
them
know
on.
Blue Rapids and
$40.
Seneca, and there's another pool that actually adds their grandparents onto their.
Well, yeah, I just
But in
think
Seneca, they only let 4 on.
Right.
Right,
But they pay
but-
$20 per extra
So-
person if they wanted to.
so the thing to do is what's, an individual pass is what, 50?
50.
So, if you did a plus one, you make it 40. Why? Because that's cheaper than an individual, and it rounds up the family one to a nice even 150, which is still less than a lot of places. See, everybody gets something.
yes, I mean, is this confusing?
Yeah, it's
It's a little
confusing.
confusing for you down here at
Had
City
some
Hall or
brain
not,
power
or?
food today.
Let's just go with
Or for them at the counter at the
Well,
pool.
because right now, it's very specific. No matter if you live in the same house, if it's not your child that's 18 and under, because there are houses that have several generations that live in them.
Sure.
So in other words, my daughter lives with me and she has a kid, and my husband and I live here, and my mother lives here. Okay, so now you got 3 generations in a house. You're right. Or if they're all gonna go swimming, then they're all gonna be on one pass, then it's, I got one house that's got 5 kids, a mother, father, grandmother, it gets, if you're not the legal guardian, we have nothing to stand on when we're trying to say, okay, is this your child? Is this a child? Do they just live here? Because there's a lot of them that, oh no, they just live here, that's my, it is hard.
We start doing swabs for DNA.
Oh, I know, I mean, it's just like, you feel like you're an interrogator.
Let's just stay where we're at and forget it.
I agree.
Same.
Okay. Well, does anybody want to make a motion?
What, to leave it alone?
No, just only if you wanna change it. Only if you wanna change it.
Negative motions.
I think we just revisit this next time. I mean,
Well, let's do it before
Well-
season next year.
Yeah, you'd have to do it before you start
Yeah.
taking money for pool passes.
I
Okay.
think it's fair to revisit it
So we're gonna kick this
in
down the road.
January or
Yeah.
February, something
Okay.
like that.
Talking pool.
All right.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Terry.
I think that's a good idea to revisit it, but also to have the manager involved so that all these things are taken care of, so that you
Well, that's a
all
good
agree
idea.
on
I mean,
everything.
If we have one hired.
Well, maybe you can keep one for 2 years.
Well, we
It's
Well-
been beat up pretty good this year, I don't know.
Well,
Well, so she
okay,
might not
another
say.
thing I wanna bring up is if you have a kid that doesn't have a pass that he pays for that day, only swims for an hour,
Yeah.
goes home, whatever, then comes back, why are they making him repay?
Always have.
They always have. It probably gets, which I
How
don't know how
would
they
you
keep
decide?
track of,
Yeah,
you
how
know,
would
the
you
kid when they come
know?
in there. I guess they'd have to keep a separate list.
Why can't
and-
we give them a stamp when they leave and just show a stamp when they return? I mean, what's,
It would never stay on their hand. I mean, you'd have to come up with a band or something.
Could,
Sharpie
you'd have to get different colored stamps so they didn't just not take it
Well,
back. for a
because I
day.
can come home and put an X on my own hand. I mean,
Like the,
it just gets real tricky.
Bring it, we'll
but
have to
is
bring
that,
it
is that something we, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see you charging another 8-year-old kid another $8, $10, whatever, just to come back and.
Well, it's
we
4.
could.
Well, especially if they're going
Yeah,
home to
we-
eat something, because they might not want the pool food, or they can't eat the pool food. I don't know, that seems like something to bring back too. There's
Well,
probably a
and-
workaround on that.
Look, 'cause we still got a bunch of stuff to get through tonight.
I got all night.
why aren't we giving swimming lessons this year?
But I
They
think that's
said they
something
had
we
to
could
clean,
look
there
at.
was no time. So we are doing private.
There are private
Well,
swimmers.
I know, but not everybody can afford private lessons.
Well, if we want to have morning swim and we want to have a swim team twice, and they have to clean extra,
Yeah,
then
we'd
there's
have
no
to
time.
shut down something for a few weeks in the morning to
They
have
used to
time to
do,
do it.
that in the morning.
Or shut it down in the evening, one or the other, probably.
Yeah, or in the evenings. There are some cities that do it in the evening, that's true.
Anyway, so we're not gonna do anything on that swimsuit policy, another pool topic.
Okay.
They just want clarification. I think somebody came in to the pool, must have had a thong
String
or
bikini?
something like that
A
on.
young,
And,
preteen
yeah,
Ooh.
individual came in, with their backside showing.
What do they need clarified?
Well, no, it's not really clarified, we want it in words. So this is getting something passed.
It said
Sorry.
proper swimming attire before.
It shouldn't say
Okay.
clarify, it should say,
so we're adding,
we want to add
Adding
these
some more
words.
words.
Well, there was nothing there to look at before, so I didn't understand
Yeah,
what we're
well, what it
clarifying.
says now is all swimmers must wear proper swimming attire. Well, my idea of swimming attire and somebody else.
yeah, it's pretty vague.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wiggle room there.
So that left a lot.
The only thing, if you're going to do the proposed policy 19, you need to still include the metal rivets.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, I was
We'll
about
add
to
that
say
back on.
I need to add that back to
Yes.
the end. Yep,
So we don't need to cut the slides up.
no. So yeah, you add that last sentence onto the end of the proposed, and that would be our proposal.
Okay, so we wanna make a motion?
Unless somebody has better words, I mean, is there
I think we need to review, I think we need to redo the pool policy before next year, for sure.
I move we go ahead and do the proposed policy number 19 on the pool for appropriate swim attire.
Okay.
Second.
Right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, 8-0. Okay. Next up, the airport hangar contract.
This was brought back with the FAA language included. Which paragraph was that? Did you highlight?
It's kind of throughout, down, right there, as dictated by the FAA. It's on the page 35.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's copied straight from the FAA's website, what it is.
So that bullet points on 35 and the beginning of 36.
Correct.
And then we did add the words, what about the nuisance? Because there are nuisance, if you say it doesn't meet standards, it already said that the code enforcement person would be the person. The old lease said that to enforce it. So in other words, if there was stuff outside or whatever. So we just made sure that matched the words in our current code book for nuisances.
Where did the square foot prices
Okay,
come
those,
from on this lease?
on this lease, we raised it, what'd you say, 2%, Austin? It's 1 cent a square foot.
I see that. So I guess my question would be, because I'm going to be asked, so why didn't this go through the airport committee? Because that seems like the kind of decision that should be, proposed by the airport committee, brought to the council, rather than made on kind of an ad hoc basis. I'm not saying it's a bad idea or a good idea.
Rent or the other?
Well, I mean, really a lot of it. I mean, we have committees. We don't meet a lot. Probably should meet more. But there was quite a bit of pushback from some tenants up there the last time we raised it, and that they didn't have a voice in it. And so I think the airport committee might be well suited to reach out to some of those people and at least smooth the runway, pun intended, for changes.
I will tell you that today, I had one of the people from the committee come and speak with me and ask me to present to you an idea. He had no trouble with the 1 cent. Thought it was great, not a problem. He said, I represent the Cooksey Trust, and what would the city think if we just give you $10,000 a year and charge no rent?
That would be nice.
And I hadn't heard that one.
Well, but
He wanted me to propose it to you, what the city would look at.
So what
If you add these up, in 2022, we would get $8,458 with the increase.
Okay.
And in 2023, it would be $8,670. And in 2024, it'd be $8,881. And these are supposed to pay for the AWAs and the lights and all that stuff. Doesn't. And our wages it's not enough income to make that happen.
And the income probably off the crop ground and the parking lots and all
No,
that.
that goes towards airport improvements.
So it does, everything else goes to that.
Yes. Okay. The crop ground and stuff goes to, how we get our batch to be able to do the runways or the whatever. That's how the money is split up.
So up and beyond, if we would just charge for the electricity, the lights, and then accept this $10,000, so nobody has to pay rent.
Nobody's paying electricity.
No
We pay all those fees now,
Oh,
Bobby.
we do. I thought they paid for some of the
So would the
electricity.
Only unless they have electricity in their
My
own
understanding
hangar.
is the hangar electricity actually, and this was told to me by a pretty authoritative source, actually all goes through Landall's hangar's meter. The hangar electricity does, not the terminal.
Right, because they're the only
not
ones that have
beacon.
electricity up there.
No, I do too.
Oh, well, I didn't know anybody else had it. They
I
told me
think
that.
another one or two do as well.
Really?
But
I did
it's
not
all
know
run
that.
underground, so you wouldn't see it.
Okay, so that's, because we were always told, he asked to put the electricity in, and that's what, and then he paid for it.
Yeah.
But I had no idea that he was paying everybody's electricity, because I didn't know anybody
I don't
else
think
had
there's a
it.
whole lot of electricity being used.
Oh, probably not, no.
Yeah.
So,
So is the proposed 10,000 enough between what the rent actually gets us and what we would get to pay?
it's more than the rent.
It's more.
But I realize that, but to pay any of the other expenses that you said we don't get money from?
It would help. I mean, you're gonna get $1,500 more than you're getting now.
So the proposal would be there'd still be leases, but it would not have a dollar figure on it?
Right, it'd have to say $1.
Because you'd still
'cause
want
you're-
to, you'd
you
still want to
gotta have a
control
lease.
things.
Absolutely. So you could control the maintenance and the
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, while you were talking about, he just came in today, and I was just like, oh, wow, okay. Most of this is official wording.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's
the way.
boil, it's FAA
that's
boilerplate.
interesting. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The nuisance is the only difference where it says, the nuisance is unlawful, and it's our city code 8-201,
Yep.
when you're reading that, about keeping up the.
Yeah, look, I think the wording looked good.
Make a motion to pass the airport hangar land lease
And
as proposed.
And this is, I guess, preliminary, because we aren't sending this out to
No,
anything.
yeah.
Preliminarily, yes.
I second it.
All right, any further discussion? We don't need a roll call on this, do we? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 8-0.
Okay.
Now, do we want to then send out some kind of a notice to these people that
That
the
this is the
policy has
proposed
changed?
new policy.
Okay.
And that was the whole point of this, so that they
Yeah,
could look
so they
at
got a
it.
heads up.
Right,
We'll get rid of the money in there for now.
for now. Are we gonna accept it? Do we,
Accept what?
the 10,000?
Well, yeah.
I'd
I'll make a
Wait.
motion to accept the cursory $10,000.
Well, do you want to do that, or do you want to, I don't know, do you want to send that to committee?
Yeah, was that just kind of a proposal like?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I-
it was flat out.
Maybe we need to have some discussion
See it
about
in
that one,
writing.
maybe.
Be good to see it.
I want to see it first.
Okay.
I'll see
Get
it
the
in writing.
contract for it.
Documentation purposes.
Yeah, I want to see
Yeah.
it
But-
wrote out.
But right now, the rent is not set, so I would just remove
Right.
remove the rent.
Move it around.
Put X's in there or something like that.
Blow my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, it kind of blew my mind. It's like, whoa, okay.
Or put actually, less questions come with if you put last,
I'll put the last year's in.
the last three or whatever it showed before in the last rent.
You can just, use their last contract.
Yeah.
Okay, next business item, we've got an ordinance correcting some technical errors, in ordinance number 1891. And John's not here tonight. But it was just basically, what previous council had passed a newer ordinance, and it basically was supposed to take, they passed a new ordinance that was supposed to take the place of an older ordinance, but there was a little bit of confusion over whether it fully did or not. And this basically just kind of clears that up. Yes, Terry?
What was the discrepancy?
Was being removed, I think. This is the ordinance that they say they're correcting is the ordinance that you approve the code book with.
Right.
I mean, that one where you said we approve this new code book? So I don't know what,
Well, where was the discrepancy? That's, I can't
I
find
didn't write
that.
it, I
So,
don't know.
under section 1 is what it describes, right here.
Oh, about that repealing the old one so that the new one could take effect, because that's talking about repealing. I didn't write this, I don't know. But I did look up what ordinance we were talking about.
Right.
Who wrote it?
John
McNish.
McNish.
Well, then I'd say we wait till he gets here so we know what's going on, maybe.
Is there any harm in doing
And
that?
no, that's why we were, we put it in here so you could read it.
Okay.
And if you wanted, if you
You
understand,
can kick it till next meeting.
yeah, you can kick it till next
Not be a
meeting.
bad
John will be
idea
here
to
next
anyway.
time,
Yeah,
right?
he'll be
So we
here.
can just
Okay,
table it? Do
we'll
you need a
just-
vote to
yeah.
table it, or can we
I
just
don't
table
think,
it?
No.
I think so, we
Okay.
just move on.
We'll
Good
just
idea.
bring it back. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to vote on something I don't know what's going on.
Sure.
Or what'll be in effect after you do vote. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
won't, it won't
gonna
change,
change
it
anything.
won't
Won't
change anything.
Well, I
Other
know,
than
but-
word.
Clarifies.
Yeah. But that was, the idea was to bring it so you could read it, and then if you liked it, the first time, then you could pass it. If you didn't understand it, then you could bring it back to the next council meeting.
Mr. Miller?
Yes, sir.
Then will our next, when we bring it back next time, will our agenda show us what this discrepancy is? So that we can talk about it?
It's right there.
But that don't make sense about what'll be in effect later.
It's not changing anything in effect, and McNish will explain that.
Right, so we know what we're, yeah.
Right.
Well, but couldn't we get that in wording in the agenda so we could study it?
If, okay, we can do that, and it's online on your code book, and it's in your code book.
I've got the code book and I read it, but I'm having a hard time trying to decipher what it is you're trying to do.
Okay.
That's all I want to do, is be able to know it before I come in to vote on it.
So you wanna wait, you don't wanna go.
We're going to the next
Yeah,
council meeting.
we'll just wait till next council meeting when John's here.
Yep.
Okay. Next up's consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 8-0. All right, next up, we have appropriations ordinance number 3749.
Move to approve appropriations ordinance 3749.
Second.
Okay, any discussion about any items on there? Roll call?
Pipia,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Schroller,
Yes.
Hughes,
Yes.
Bikeman,
Yes.
Price, Barons,
Yes.
Trump,
Yes.
8-0.
All right, next up, staff reports.
All right, first on the list, we received, we didn't open bids. Our bid due date was last Wednesday for the 11th Road project. We only received one bid. Currently, our policy is to, if we only receive one bid, I bring that unopened bid to council and ask if you want it opened. I have discussed it with the contractor inline. They said they don't mind it being opened. We did ask the 6 other plan holders for the 11th Road project why they didn't bid, and the majority of them said the timeline didn't fit, they didn't have space in their schedule for it. So that said, we're not going to bid this out again this year, unless we bid it for next year. I put in the agenda packet the engineer's estimate of $202,623. That is right on what I thought this project was going to be. I think my personal opinion is that we open this and see what it is.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Did that 200, whatever it is, 202, did that include what we paid CES on the engineering for it to begin with?
No, but that's
The extra on top of this?
yeah, that's something we approved last year for
I
their.
understand, but still,
No,
it's
that's just
part of what it's gonna cost to do
Right,
it.
right. But the construction is right in line with what I thought.
All right, I've answered my question.
Okay.
So we want to open
I
it?
move, we recommend opening bids for the 11th Road project.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 8-0.
Don't fall down.
This is just a form they filled out saying who owns the company. The bid total, and they have it all lined out, mobilization to contractor, construction. The bid total is $187,813.
Under the engineer's estimate.
Under the engineer's estimate. And they have, their insurance, power of attorney, and all that in here. So,
How much was it, 187?
187,813.
813.
Right after the concrete, the newer concrete on 11th Road ends on the north side to the south side of Keating Drive that goes into the senior housing and Bulldog Apartments.
Just past Keating Drive.
Yeah, just past Keating Drive,
On the
which,
concrete.
yeah,
At
yeah.
C.
Yeah, right up by CJ's, and this turns it into concrete.
And this is to be completed when?
This year.
This year. I forget how the bid went, but, because CES drew up the bid contract, but it was supposed to be done this year.
Yeah, that was part of the deal. I wanted it in by winter, so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is a good price, for the project compared to the engineer's estimate.
What, in our preferred funding mechanism?
That's up to you guys, but, the initial plan was sales tax.
Yeah.
Which is, it's lined out.
Yeah, well, I think we've been behind the 8 ball on this project for a very long time. So I move to approve the loan bid for 187,813 to come out of sales tax.
Second.
fund.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 8-0.
And this was for concrete.
Yes, concrete. All right.
Are we gonna put a date when it has to be done?
It's in the bid.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the bid contract, that they sent out, but we were trying to get it in.
It's supposed to be this fall.
Trying to get it in this
That
fall.
was part of why we didn't get a lot of bids, but luckily we didn't
Yeah.
get hurt by that.
Yeah. The next thing, I've been talking with Gary, our street supervisor, about, how to fix, 12th Road. And, the idea he came up with was, if we could go in and put, basically take the bad out and put a 3-inch overlay, which I don't think it'll be an overlay per se, but that's just the terminology I'm using, to fix 12th Road. This project, okay, and down, from almost to the highway, at the very least, to Hometown Lumber, the entrance. Gary feels that this would give us 2, maybe 3 years, to get, the planning process and the bidding out there and the contractor scheduled to get a permanent fix done. That way we can go and not have to worry about this section of road while we're, trying to get plans drawn up for this. The permanent fix, we would look for, like the program that we're in, the, access management dollars to cover, when we want to go to a more permanent fix, whether it be concrete or thicker asphalt.
Make the right-hand turn lane, widen the road, et cetera.
However it's, recommended to do. But this, as you know, a project like that takes time to plan to even get to the bidding phase.
State's gotta be involved in it and everything else.
So the idea, was to make this a workable road.
And it's 2 to 3 years he thinks we can get out of it?
Yes.
You don't think so?
Great asphalt.
They're just
Don't
gonna
think
put
we
this
get
over
that
the
out of
top of
3
what we
inches of
got?
No,
asphalt?
they would take,
The traffic and the turning going in
Turning
there,
trucks.
it
No,
won't
but
hold up.
how many years
I don't
is-
think it'll hold up.
How many
I
years
really
is how many years is what's there been there?
In the middle or on the
It's
side?
been bad for, it's been bad for a few
That's a
years, so I
good
guess you
question.
deduct 3 or 4 at least, that it's been terrible,
Well, that's the
but.
problem with asphalt.
How many years
There's
was
nothing
it
on the
decent?
sides to hold it in, so
Well,
when the
no,
trucks
there's
get
not.
out to the edges and the heavy
Just
equipment, it
squeezes.
just keeps pushing it out.
right,
It does.
right.
There's nothing to stabilize it there, so. Like I said, the middle may hold like it is currently, but what's on the outside, I
No,
don't think 3
well,
inches is gonna make a lot of difference.
It'd have to be better than what's out there now, though.
I understand that. How are we gonna mill it off?
That's why I put mill in quotes, and,
They're
grader,
not milling it
Grader and
off.
blade it off, yeah.
we're gonna grade it off.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot there
Just
to.
asking.
Yep,
You're gonna have to also do shoulder rock on it.
mhm,
You know that.
yes. Yes, and, we are just, I don't want to use the word tired, but it's getting, it is frustrating that we can't get anywhere and that, we want it to be a good road.
Yeah,
But it's
each
just
something
not,
is terrible.
it was set up for failure. is what
And
it was.
honestly, it's worse on south of there. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I went out and drove it today, and it's worse every time I'm out there. I mean, I think, I hate stopgaps, but as long as we're working towards a permanent solution, I think something's better than nothing, but I think a lot of people out there are gonna read us doing this section as like, oh, really? You know, that's all we get, and they're gonna say, because I can predict this,
Well-
11th Road's getting more concrete, and we still don't have any concrete.
Well,
And
but we have to work within our budget. I mean, unless we're
I
gonna
understand.
borrow a bunch of money or raise taxes
Is
or
this
something, there's.
all of our road, or is this?
This actually is, this is all of our road,
This
both
is
sides.
actually all of ours.
Yeah.
It's ours both sides down to,
Kiowa.
yeah, Kiowa Road down there.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah, and after that it gets,
Kind of hazy.
It's all ours to wear,
I
say
think
that
it's
again,
to make-
Jason.
Iowa?
what's that?
Just
Kiowa
past.
Road or whatever down there.
It's either north side of his driveway or.
You're talking on 12.
I think it's just south,
Yeah.
if I remember last time I talked to Mitch.
Yeah,
It's a little drive that has a
He got a little more
mailbox,
than what he should've.
like an old car or something
No
there.
doubt.
Be north of, that brick house that sold here recently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was Wassenberg's, and they're
Wassenberg's
not in
house,
the
yeah.
city limits.
No.
Yeah.
That's why I said he got more than what he should've.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, once you get past Kiowa or Kiowa or whatever, it gets patchy. I mean, there's some areas that half of it's ours, and some areas
Just
none of it's ours.
Coming out of the hometown loop there in places, it's, I mean,
Oh, it's bad. It's been bad for a few years. and
honestly, I think it's probably
Terrible.
worse than 11th Road in a lot of places.
It is. I
Saying
mean,
something.
but that's, and I think part of the hesitation of doing 12th is because the thing is, if somebody would put a business out there, we could get state funds to pay for
Yeah.
a lot of it and widen, like you're saying, put a turning lane and widen it out and all that.
Well, it needs to
And
be.
they hate
If
to
you're
spend
sitting there and
money.
those
I
semis
know.
come in, I mean, they're dropping clear down in that grader ditch to get around the corner.
And I'll be the devil's advocate, and I'll say, if we have that infrastructure out there, turning lanes and nice roads, doesn't that help lure a business to that location?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an argument to make too.
Just saying, you know.
And would it be
But I'm
closer if you could talk hometown into moving their driveway a little further north? Would that enhance anything?
I don't think
KDOT
with
likes that.
Yeah, you get close to, plus the further north you get, the more of a drop you get, I think, kind of too.
Just a thought, you know.
So, yeah, I mean, that's,
Do we
The
get a lot of
KDOT typically likes you to, the farther away your entrance
Yeah.
is away from the highway, the better.
yeah.
You get a lot of trucks on that road with harvest. Is that one of those roads?
Yeah.
Yep.
It
I thought
does.
so, yeah.
It does.
Some.
Oh, railroad trucks go out there too.
Lots of the railroad trucks.
Yep.
Well,
like-
so what do you guys think? I mean, this is I know we know it's kind of a stopgap and kicking the can down the road, but
I
at the
feel
same
like
time,
it's-
we don't really have the funds to do, you know,
Do we have, is there any
$600,000 or
kind,
$700,000
anything, any
job.
money we can get for doing this? Is there any grants or anything out there?
This, no.
That-
What's the timeline on this access management plan?
We,
When will we see concrete hit the road, if that's
we've we've never actually applied for any of the funds. We got the access management project. It's just, we've never executed on looking for the funds, per se. I mean, we've put 12th Road on the map, and 11th Road has some different configuration according to the plan, but that's, I mean, it's already nice concrete, and you wanna dig it up and put a stoplight there. That's the idea of changing that up. But 12th Road is that outlier that needs and is a part of the plan. So we've been looking at that since the access management plan has been in place.
I'll bet it'll take you 2 years, Todd, if you applied now.
That's what I.
Yes, well, because you gotta plan it out, and then you gotta get
You gotta have your
approved.
design, now it's all gotta be set and state approved and.
Yep.
I don't even remember what the Okido 12th Road going north was like before it's received a lot of love over the last handful of years. But how hard would it be to get 12th Road south up to that level?
But that was a county road.
Well, I know it's a county road, and they lavish good money on top of these roads, but
You take it down to the gravel, obviously, and then you put, I would assume, at least 6 inches back.
You gotta make sure it's got a base in it.
Yeah, the base
All
is,
the holes in.
Yeah, you gotta
no,
pack it.
take those out.
Yeah, you have to.
And then
Take
you
all
put
the-
it back.
At 6 inches, you're not taking all the holes out, I'm sorry to tell
Well,
you.
what you would do is you'd do a leveling course and then
Yeah.
you would do another overlay on top.
I mean, Hall Brothers has seemed keen to come talk to us about these things in the past. I'd like to see what that number looks like to get from the highway through, we'll say city limits, not necessarily end of pavement currently, but what we are officially own and in charge of. I'd like to see what that costs to get it up to, because I don't want to throw money at a 2 or 3 year fix, because I don't think it'll really last 2 or 3, and I think a lot of us will still be here in 2 or 3 years, and we'll be doing it again. So I'd like to see what that number looks like if we aren't going to, well, I'll say let's do that while we're working on the access management side, because I think that's an even, I think it's the same personally as 11th Road, where if we got concrete through Hometown's driveway, that would be best, and then beyond that asphalt. But based on the current situation, like you said, Austin, anything is pretty much gonna be better.
Right.
We're gonna have, if we're gonna put that asphalt out there, and I realize it's almost an impossibility, but we're gonna have to find some way for there to be a defined, like we have concrete, and that's a defined curbing on there. We have to find something to go on that asphalt to make it.
And 12th Road North I mean, it's holding up really pretty darn well. And they've kind of had continuous work, the same as Pheasant Road down south of town. It's a very similar road. I mean,
But they keep rock bladed up against it.
They do, and that makes a difference.
That is the deal, is to
They do
keep the
so
rock
much
to
more
the side.
that people don't realize.
Break
They've
it.
done overlays, they've sealed
Oh,
them.
yes.
They've cut holes out and patched them in and.
I think on an average, I think every so many years, I think it gets about 200.
I wonder what the cost per
200,000.
mile per year to keep those roads in that condition is.
I bet you'd be shocked.
But we'd only have a mile of it, or less.
The thought behind this was, yes, to get this down, and then next year had the money to start planning 12th Road. That was a stopgap, to put the $200,000 towards planning the, that entrance, and then applying for the funding from KDOT for access management with our plan. Because the access management funds goes towards just the construction and not the engineering. So that planning money would be out of next year's sales tax fund. But that's how this process was going. It's not like we didn't, I think we can get the access management funds for that. And we're in a smaller pool of cities for access management, and they seem to say if you just apply, we'll find a spot for it. Now, is that going to be next 2023? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it going to be 2024? Possibly. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing, I guess, how much money do you want to spend on a stretch of road that you could very well be tearing up in a couple years?
Right. But I wanted to, that's why I'm asking you guys how you wanted to move forward, if you want to move forward as we are right now, and still plan on, I always planned on putting funding towards the plan for 12th Road next year.
As long as we do it, and hopefully a lot of us will be here that remember this and know what's going on.
Right.
And because I think other councils have come in and it's like, oh, it looks fine, it's okay for now, it'll be okay, and then boom, another 2 years and it's blown to pieces. So it's.
That was the issue last time Gary was telling me the story of how he laid down the first leveling course, or the street crew. He wasn't in charge at that point in time, and the council steered him in a different direction after that.
Part of my concern and my belief that it won't hold up that well is I remember we did Keystone, and it looked gorgeous for like a minute, and then people out there were like more mad that it was falling apart really quickly. And I mean, it didn't even last a year before it was in really bad shape again. Oh, yeah.
There were some functional problems that we can talk through if you want to. I mean, I can have Gary explain what.
Yeah, well.
You
it's
can't
cool.
asphalt a gravel road, because you
No.
didn't prepare the base correctly.
Right.
So, yeah, no, I'd rather put all of our time, resources, and efforts into getting a good, long-lasting solution sooner.
Okay.
That's me.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
what he said.
Well, because the
But I-
township's
I
probably
do
not
think it's
gonna kick in
I-
anything either.
Well,
so-
that's not a section that has, I mean, that's
No.
all city, that's not township.
Like-
Well,
that's
even
first-
going on further, I mean,
Well, and
yeah.
Jason, you
Yeah.
said putting money into something we're gonna tear out, and we might tear out in a couple of years. I'll go farther than that and say, we need to be tearing that out in a couple of years.
Oh, yeah, it's bad.
It's gone too long.
I don't know
and
if you go out there and blade it and cut the high spots out of it. I don't know. And
have that-
roll it. I don't know.
Bladed, I think you're just gonna tear more asphalt and stuff loose and have, I mean, it's a mess. I
Grinder.
don't know where you would stop. Well, you could go back to gravel for a while, and I ain't so sure if that would.
I think we'd be better off going back to gravel
I
and
do too.
forgetting,
But the problem is, you get over around on Keystone, I'll bet you're gonna end up digging out 2 feet of asphalt.
If you fix 12 that way.
Cause there's chunks out there, aren't there?
There's chunks out there that's
Yeah.
that deep.
You'd definitely have to do that and then put a nice couple layers of rock on it.
And we would have to get good rock,
Oh, yeah, of course.
not,
No, you have to find rock.
okay, we need to find very good rock, how's that?
we're
Well,
talking about,
and
we're
any
talking
rock.
about 12th Road now,
I
though, so.
understand,
yeah.
12th Road is the same problem, Diane.
Well, I understand that,
There's
but, yeah.
spots that are that deep that's
No,
got
I
asphalt
understand
in.
that. I understand that.
I don't say that about.
But, I mean, but that's gonna,
jokingly, the
I mean, that's gonna
windmills,
cost too, by the time you
Oh, I know.
tear that off there and dig it all out and you get rock and you put it back in there and then the same thing, you might be digging your stuff you patched out.
I was down south at the wind farm project today, and they're blading the dirt road, and they're putting about that much dry concrete on it, and they're mixing it
Really?
in about that deep,
And
putting
rolling it.
water on it and rolling it.
Yep.
That's what Hall Brothers was talking about when fixing a base on ours. Yes, that's exactly what they were talking about.
But I'll bet there's 6-8 inches of concrete, dry concrete powder on that they're
Really?
mixing in and watering.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it hardens the base really good.
Bow Maggie.
Whatever they call it, yeah.
They turn those little, two-track dirt roads into a
Nice road.
nice road fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But they're
that's,
hard.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start planning on 12th Road. Okay, the next one, unfortunately, we weren't able to purchase the dump truck we wanted off Purple Wave. It went pretty high after the, commission on top of that, equal to a little over $60,000 purchase. You approved $50,000 to get the dump truck. I'm asking that, if you would, give me the same authority that I was given last year to search for a dump truck and have up to $50,000 to spend on a suitable dump truck, just like we got last year. We won't get, we might get the quality that we got last year. I'm looking for hopefully that same level.
Would another $10,000 do it better?
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know if the price of used dump trucks has gone up, but I know used vehicles have shot through the roof.
I would be fine with, that would give a little bit more leeway.
Because if you had $60,000, you could have had this in this time.
No, I couldn't, because
Oh.
it went for $60,500, and I guarantee you somebody else would have bid on top of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Yeah, it is a good truck.
Well, I know.
And-
Yeah.
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 They might have been sour from the last year, so they came prepared.
Stole that
We
one.
stole that one. Yeah. So, at least up to 50,000 or whatever you want to.
I move that we adjust his budget to allow him up to $60,000 to look for a good used dump truck.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 8-0.
All right, next on the list is the fireworks show. I talked with a couple contractors, that would be able to do fireworks show for us. Contractor out of Waterville said they could do either 4th of July or the show in August. The other one said August. They could only do the August one. One issue is that for the Waterville contractor, we would have to go pick up the fireworks. We'd have to get a license, which he explained to me wasn't that hard to get. Showed me the paperwork for that. That's not in my issue. I mean, it's a small issue, but we would have to go get the fireworks that day, 4th of July. Because if we got it any sooner, we would have to store it. And we don't have, I'm fairly certain, anything that would pass any sort of inspection for fireworks storage.
No, you don't. You don't.
Can they ship it to us?
No.
We still have this storage.
So how
You're
far
hauling
are we
explosives.
having to travel to
Where is it
purchase
at?
such
I
fireworks?
don't know that yet. I don't know where he gets his, but typically, the supplier's out of Kansas City.
I bet it's in Missouri somewhere.
Yeah. So that's where David Richardson gets his fireworks.
Kansas City.
Kansas City, Missouri side.
Missouri.
Yeah.
So
He was in
three and a
Missouri.
half hours then.
Yeah.
And what do they have to go get it with?
A decent trailer marked with hazardous
Placards.
placards.
Probably a covered trailer,
Yeah.
fully enclosed trailer. Okay,
So,
just covering this now.
yep.
Is this a yearly license or is it a?
Yes, you apply every year.
And I'm sure your driver's gonna have to go through a few background checks.
That one, he did not say that. The application specifically is just,
I believe you can drive hazardous material without a hazardous license.
No, you can't.
but,
No.
Huh?
You're gonna work around it, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I
But we
know
could-
these because I've had these licensed, so
Yeah.
I know these.
so that's the issue with that. So we'd have to go get it. We don't have the storage. For the August show, we could have it on Friday, have somebody go get the fireworks that day, and not have to worry about storage. Proposal would be to set up fireworks for the show of August 27th, and foregoing a large fireworks show on 4th of July. We are looking into insurance for the show. The Waterville contractor, Waterville City, uses Lions Club insurance, which is, it's their nationwide insurance that covers quite a bit. And they have event insurance, just like we would purchase, but we wouldn't have to purchase this. Their stipulation was that they would be the sponsor, a sponsor of the show. Looking towards the future, I've been in discussion with Sterling Clark about him getting a license to shoot off larger fireworks. He's interested in getting a license so that he may do the city's 4th of July show in the future. And a part of getting a license is he has to attend. The first, as I understand it, the first one he has to watch from where they're shooting it off. I think the other two, he has to participate in shooting it off. He could go to the August show as well as some other shows. And I forgot, you did have your fireworks.
Yeah,
okay.
because there's a pyrotechnics license, then
Right.
there's the hauling license, then
Yes.
there's the handling license.
Right. So,
So I'm gonna ask lots of questions.
okay, go.
Who's buying what? Is like say the contractor paying for the fireworks and we're just picking them up? How's that working?
We would, let's see, we would purchase the fireworks. And he would his charge was 10% of the fireworks costs. I'd have to look at that sheet again.
Did never see that sheet.
And then the way he explained it, and obviously if he's missing something, but he said, whoever's showing up has to have a letter from the city going, this is the guy, picking it up. And that's as far as he's gotten with me. So if you
I believe
more
that-
details.
Yes, I believe that is totally correct.
Yeah.
I believe when your insurance company finds out that you're hauling explosives, that might be a conversation that's a little different.
Okay. When we've been in contact with
I-
our insurance
I
company.
know.
Tell them we were gonna pick up.
Because if, you have to find out what the legal limit
Right,
is, because some things are a little different.
right.
But last time I knew, if you hauled 1,000 pounds, that is a hazmat.
Okay.
And when it comes with explosives, they have, especially since 9/11, lots of things have changed.
Right.
Last time I had my pyrotechnics license, I had to go through all the background checks.
Okay.
ATF, FBI, and everything in Kansas.
Right.
And here's my problem with 4th of July. We're really late
Yes.
to the party for this one.
Yep.
I mean, I understand the whole Lions thing. I also look at that as, that's our desperate plea to have somebody help us because we were not responsible. And why is our guy that shot him last time, why doesn't he want to shoot?
He felt slighted, is how he put it.
Oh. Can I ask what happened?
Well,
If I,
saw council meeting and somebody said something he didn't appreciate. And
Oh, boy. Boy.
decided that he had other people he
Why?
could shoot fireworks for that.
You mean
Appreciate
people
it better
made
than-
comments about a job they've never done, don't have a clue about what it takes? I'd totally get the guy's feelings.
Yeah, either way, I
I've been
mean,
down there, I've shot him,
either
I've
way,
sweated, I get it.
we don't have him, and by the time we kind of found out about it, it was
And by the
difficult
time
to
he
beeline
talked to all
somebody
his
else. Well, he
friends,
might have, because
because it's a tight,
I'm
it's a
sure,
tight-knit
I'm
community.
sure it is.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My opinion is I'd walk away from all of it this year.
Okay.
The one I feel about in August is, that is entirely up to the wall people to start with, and then it moves down from there. We're kind of like the last people involved.
that's the first person I called.
I know,
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just saying that's how I feel about that one.
And as far as the people in charge of the wall, I asked them, I don't know if they expressed an opinion on it, but they said these are the rules and that doesn't violate them. They said, I think it was, they gave 150 feet, nothing within 150 feet, in which that would not do anything. Yeah.
Well, and some people have told me about the wall, like, right now, people have talked to me, they got a 50-50 on it. So that's the reason that I'm just really kind of pointed,
On whether they like the idea of fireworks
some
or
like
not.
it, some think it's
And
a
that's
terrible
what
idea.
that's
And
what you're gonna
that's
get, but
fine.
as
I have
far
no
as
problem
the
with that.
walls policy, they don't have a policy
Right.
that says we can't do it.
Right, and that's,
So it's more whether we want to or not, basically.
but yeah, no, I would say with what we're doing and how late we are to the game, that we're asking for trouble here.
Right.
And that's kind of where I'm at. There's a reason that contractors do this and make our lives easy, and we write one check and, because now we got to guarantee a guy gets there, and then we got to worry about if the vehicle he takes breaks down, we got to worry about if we have issues.
Right.
Gotta worry about the weather.
Oh, you got to worry about that. I mean, a flat tire on a trailer could
Yeah.
lead to pretty interesting highway sides
Right.
for somebody.
I don't know, depending on how you come home, I don't know how Missouri would be. You'd have to have a flag car in front of you.
Well, you'd have to ask Missouri.
I mean, it's,
They used to stop you at the state line and check in the younger days. So that's my opinion. Everybody can weigh in, but that's my opinion on it. I think it's something to walk away from for right now.
Oh, do we need a motion for that or not, or just?
No,
council?
just tell me which direction you want me to go in and we'll go. Nothing's set in stone. Obviously, there's nothing been purchased. I do want to work with Sterling to get
Oh, yeah.
his, I think that's a great way to go, a local, guy who.
I have no problem with that. I think a year is a little bit more than a year is better than.
Yes.
Yes, because my next concern would be could you even get a show purchased this late? Do they have the supply, would be the next question.
Again, I'm relying on
I know,
the one
I know.
guy, and he had no issue, and he said his water bill hasn't even purchased theirs yet. so.
Okay.
And they're looking at June, the end of, was it end of June? Whatever their show is, it's either into June or into July. Into July for their celebration or something like that. And they're not shooting
Okay.
off on 4th of July.
Well, I have no problem with you at least getting a license. I mean, get that part done at least, maybe.
Well, it'd be encouraging Sterling to taking the steps.
So would his be a pyrotechnic license, or?
His would be basically becoming a contractor to do fire, all of it.
You'd start with a pyrotechnics license.
Yeah.
You start with that and you
Work your
build
way
from
up.
there.
Yeah. So he was pretty, he liked the idea, so.
Well, and you might be able to work with a local supplier too, to help them get the bigger stuff, so
Yes.
it stays all local.
Yes.
Okay. So consensus of council is to not have fireworks this year, and we'll work on getting something lined up for next year. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Let's see. Go to my, the next one I have, finances. General fund has dropped below 1 million for the first time this year. It is still about 168,000 over where we were at the end of May 2020. We should see an increase in next month's revenues due to the receiving the county's tax distribution for June. Water fund saw an increase in expenditures due to the purchase of new water meters and the first payment to Deep Creek for the new water line on Jenkins and Laramie. Sewer fund saw an increase in balance by a little over $22,000. Sales tax fund saw an increase in revenue. Increase coincides with the stimulus distribution a couple months ago. So that was kind of expected to get our sales tax up. Any questions on finances? None. Speaking of, I would like to schedule a budget workshop. I recommend June 30th.
What day is that on?
So Wednesday?
Wednesday, June 30th, since we had already talked about it, and the time would be 6 o'clock, if that's okay.
I could do that.
Did we do 6:30? Or is that too late for everybody?
Well, sometimes those can run for a while. The first one especially can run
Would it be
pretty long.
possible to split the difference if, I mean,
No, it's okay, I'll just, yeah.
okay,
6
6
p.m.
o'clock. Okay.
Daniel has to come back.
Yeah, just in case. So we'll just go with June 30th. One thing that I
What time?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Yep. One thing that wasn't on the agenda, but I did email this out on Friday, is that the pool heater, failed. And, what failed was the upper heat exchanger that's inside the pool heater. And I asked the plumber, or the technician that came down and looked at it, what was wrong with it, or what caused this failure, and he said it was a combination of age and buildup of hard water material in there. He has a solution to extend the life of the next one, if we so choose to approve it, and I asked him to demonstrate the procedure when he comes to replace it. He told me that he has customers that see their heat exchangers last 6, 8 years or 4 years, depending on where they're at. In fact, some in Kansas City just have them come and replace them every 4 years. We don't want that to happen, so we'd like to learn more about it. And this one is on the inside, whereas the last one we replaced, the titanium one, is on the back side, and it's on the outside of the heater. The price to replace this, as well as replacing the temp sensors, 2 igniters, 2 flame sensors, and time to call. The price for this was $23,810.
Price you pay for having a heated pool.
Right. So, asking.
Okay, somebody make a motion to purchase that?
Move to approve purchasing the pool heater.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
It wasn't because it froze or anything?
No, and that's why I specifically asked him, and he went through those 2 things. He said it was a mix of those 2 things.
Okay.
So it was installed in 2013, he said, and so it's 8 years old.
Right.
So
it's had a good life.
It's had a good life.
It's had a lot of water ran through it.
It's had a lot of water ran through it.
Is it gonna come out of the swimming pool sales tax?
Yes,
Okay.
swimming pool sales tax fund. And that is all I had for now.
Okay. Standing committee reports. Anybody got anything for street?
See, we're getting a lot of curb work done around town. Catch basins rebuilt, curbs poured, so.
Yes, we are trying to get that up and going.
Can we look into the Jake break situation as far as signage and or enforcement, since that came up earlier in the meeting?
There's signs there. I think another couple signs wouldn't hurt. But I think at some point we're gonna have to pull them over too, not even necessarily give them tickets, but
Even
at
the
least
local
warnings or
people,
something.
just get their attention.
Well, if you pull a few of them over, you'll get a reputation and they'll tell each other.
Didn't somebody call some of the
I
truckers?
said if they could just give me a name. I asked Mr. Faust when he called me, I said, he knew whose truck it was. He knew.
Okay.
And I said, give me the name and we will call those companies. That will probably get us as far as anything
Can I
to
do the
please
same?
ask them. Yes.
Okay.
And we will call them and say, we're gonna start to enforce this. Wouldn't you rather know that? We're gonna start to enforce this. Please warn your drivers.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't give me the name.
Now, the signs say compression brakes, if I remember correctly.
Are they all the same thing or no?
The one on the south and the one on the west, because they're right at the bridges.
Do they mean the same thing, I'm asking? Is a Jake brake and a compression brake the same? I'm asking.
You got engine brakes, you got Jake brakes. Jake brakes and engine brakes should both, Jake brakes and compression brakes should be the same thing.
Okay.
But I think a lot of his complaint too is these guys that put straight pipes on, and it's already noisy to begin with, and then, yeah.
And I'll, make a point of watching if I hear them way up the hill to see if they're still doing it when they come down by 11th. And a lot of them are, and there's no car in front of them. They're just, I don't know if they're doing it out of convenience, or it's a kind of a showy thing.
They'll do it too on the
Some
west side
is.
of town, and
You
they'll
don't need to
Jake
be
brake
doing
all
it.
the way past Bobby's shop.
I keep mine
sometimes.
on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I'm driving, I keep mine on, so as soon as you let off the accelerator, it automatically.
You know what you
This is a
got
city,
east,
we've got laws
you know
here.
what you got east of town that you don't have west of town? You got 3 short little steep hills. At the bottom is a stoplight.
Right, but you know that, so.
I know, you know that, but
But-
you're still going, it takes 169 feet at 40 miles per hour, 80,000 pounds, just on a straight.
Yeah.
To stop.
Right.
And,
It's only 30 miles an hour.
well, then you guys haven't driven a lot of trucks, because you get pushed pretty easy.
Yeah, you do.
And if you drive one, you would know.
All I'm saying is, there's rules.
And I
rules
agree.
exist to be enforced.
And I agree, but also remember that rule is for an unmuffled
That's true.
Jake brake.
That's true.
Truck I
All
drive
I'm
has
saying is,
mufflers.
There's also
And that's
just
what,
being
and that's what
respectful.
Terry even said when I talked to him, look, the guys that have mufflers and everything, you don't really hear those so much.
No.
It's the ones that are
And you
already
can tell
running
the
straight
difference.
pipes.
4 of our trucks down there at Temps all have Jake,
But you can tell the difference between somebody who's
yeah,
just.
but ours are all muffled too, so.
I'll put it this way, Keith, I've never seen you doing it, go by my house, so.
I'm just saying I keep.
Don't take that as a
I
challenge.
keep mine on, I keep mine on until I get past the last stoplight.
Yeah. But bringing up the stoplights, it used to be you could leave this one down here, and if you drove 15 mile an hour or so with the semi, you could make the next one as a green light. I mean, it would literally turn.
Right.
The timing's
That
changed.
ain't even possible.
Well, I don't think they're not synchronized, are they?
No, they're not synchronized. It used to be, okay, so there was a failure, at one point where it stopped flashing at night, that 10th and Center
Right.
one, it stopped flashing. To get that to start flashing again, Gady Sales had us delete a lot of programming, to get it back to where it could flash at night.
Okay.
So, and our guys aren't exactly, and this is not discrediting them.
No,
They're not light programmers.
And the new guy that they had to talk to had been on the job 4 days. The guy who'd done it all those years.
So we compromised and got it back to flashing because I think a lot of the truck drivers like that.
Yeah.
Rather than running red lights.
That's fine. I just,
Because they were just.
it is one way to make things a little bit easier.
And I'll tell you this, it's not synchronized right now. It used to be, I don't know, I guess because it has a standard flashing at the same time, it was synchronized in that fashion because the timer started exactly at the same time. Now the timers are a little bit off, but if you're lucky, you catch that. Because it's.
If you're the first two vehicles.
Well,
maybe.
no, because it's so it just depends on what time of day you're at it. Because sometimes you'll turn there and the light's already red, sometimes it's just turning green. But yeah, we had to get it back to flashing.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, one more thing about that intersection. So it appears something's been dragging through that
I was just gonna bring
intersection.
That happened today.
Yes.
There-
No,
it's-
no, it was
It's happened
before.
more than once. If you
Yes.
go out and actually
There's
look at
three
it,
grooves in it now.
I saw it the first group.
somebody keeps hitting it.
Yes.
It's
Now,
getting worse.
I'll tell you what I was told it was. I heard it was a low boy carrying.
It was it? I think it was.
Carrying the,
The big round tube for the,
not the tubes, the
For the wind.
the generator part
Ooh,
that's set
that
for
makes
the,
sense.
Yeah, good
wind
luck
farms.
stopping those guys.
Now, I saw,
That's what I heard it was.
it was, cause I saw it.
You saw
They must
it.
have been turning
'Cause they-
southbound from the
They had
east,
to escort
or were they
up
coming?
further by Dollar General, stopping traffic while that truck was able to
Oh,
make
it came from the south.
Came from
turning
the
to
south.
I hate that.
there was one parked down there today when I was walking in the water at the pool, south. So they were waiting to come up.
The first one did not catch the concrete. The last two have ripped into our concrete.
Well, then I guess should be able to find out who that is and
I don't know, can you lift them up anymore, Keith, on the front?
you should be able to.
If they're all in the
Half
last
an inch.
notch up, then that's all the higher they can go.
Okay, I didn't know.
Well, they've got, like, they like to pacify all these local, counties and whatnot. Maybe they can help make sure that gets taken care of. If they're gonna keep hitting it, it's gonna get a lot worse.
Yeah, it's gonna create a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, my trailer is up off the street this far, but when, that's more pounders you get on it, it's.
It pulls it down,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand that.
They do have a lot of rules for their drivers, because I know we've had to fix their trucks, and it's a big thing. That truck can't stop and it cannot turn off. So, yeah, if you can get the company, you could probably get them called and they'll fix your road rather than stop their truck.
The other thing the
Tell you that.
lowboy,
They will do that.
lowboy does, when you make that turn, it's gonna tilt the trailer off.
It'll catch. Yep.
Pitches it into it.
Yeah, he should have enough Jeeps though to take care of it.
Okay.
Getting late.
Okay, anything else on street,
Nope.
water, wastewater?
Looks like Deep Creek's making some pretty good progress.
The first day, they got like 400 feet in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it just,
They're amazing.
huh?
They're amazing.
And they're not tearing many yards up, that's the nice part, I mean, just
If they do, they
just
seed
a little
it, they're
spot right here
wonderful.
and there, and, it's not like they're ripping everything up, it looks nice.
Okay, anything else on water, wastewater? Parks and Rec?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. On the north side of the swimming pool during the winter, we always take a blue tarp and throw up there and put concrete blocks on it, on that metal grading system.
Yeah.
What is that for?
So it doesn't fill with leaves. And we would have to take buckets, 5-gallon buckets at a time of leaves out of there when the season began.
Well, every spring our tarp is all tattered and it's rolled up around the concrete blocks.
And I talked with, cause, yeah, we
Why
were trying
can't we
to.
go to Landell's and get a piece of aluminum what do they call it, deck plating or
Tread
whatever?
plate.
Huh?
Tread plate.
Tread plate and.
Make
put
a nice
some-
cover.
Put something nice over it so it looks
The
good.
tread bright would look good.
I don't care what you put on it, just something to,
Cause it was just a mess inside.
yeah.
No, but nice cover and.
Yeah, put a nice cover over it, then you ain't
You could
gotta worry
even put
about
some
the tarp.
flanges and it would kind of positively sit on there.
There you go.
Lock it up in the
Lock it
summer.
up if, you know, if you needed to.
Yep.
Just thought, I mean,
No, I completely agree with you. It looked like crap when it was done through the winter, but it's saved us a lot of time.
right, well, I know, but if you did this, it'd save even more.
Yeah.
While we're on the subject of the pool, I've brought it up, I think, each of the last 2 years, and I've been to some swim meets this year. I still think we should find a way to be able to turn our speakers so that they face north during swim meets. I don't know if we can put them on some sort of swivel or pivot, or if we need to wait till we replace the speakers at some point, I'm sure they'll have to be replaced. Just because at swim meet events, all the sound gets projected south. Well, hardly anybody's south. Everybody's north. And it would be a real nice feature. Every swimming pool has this problem.
Easier solution. We'll move the sitting area to the south.
Nobody wants to be out in the sun. It seems like there would be a way, and like I said, it may not be something that's easy with our current brackets, but when that time comes, I think that's something we should keep in mind.
Maybe that'd be something, Todd, you could put another set of speakers up with a plug in it, so.
Yeah.
Sure, if they were
Just
cheap
something
enough,
that might
I
work,
just
yeah.
didn't know if we just
Yeah,
want to
you
spend
know,
that money.
when you're not having a swim meet, just unplug it so the sound's not going.
Or even have a bypass speaker, and you could have a couple stand speakers. I don't know if there's a bypass in the system, but it seems
Right.
like something, it would be beneficial
Yeah.
to the meets, especially since this year there's two. I
Yeah.
know it'll be extra noticeable. Also, I got a couple more on this topic. The signs along the 7th Street corridor trail, just south across Broadway from the Pony, there's some like motorized vehicles prohibited signs and stuff. Are there rules as far as their placement? The reason I ask is there's two in the tree. I was you have to go in there and go into the tree to see what the signs say. Are we restricted how we put those? I know they have like stickers on the back like KDOT would put, so.
Well, those stickers just tell us when we put them in.
So that's ours?
That's ours.
I didn't know since it was a KDOT funded project if we had to, okay.
No.
So I'd say don't cut that tree there too much, just cause the little ginkgo tree is the only thing that provides shade down there. But something for them to, when they're down there working on something anyway.
Okay.
And connected to that,
Yes.
the trail of bathrooms, the old PD building there, what are the open hours of those bathrooms?
I thought it was 8 to 5.
Well, I thought the police
And
department.
and
The police department closes it at night, and we open it in the morning.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if they went later than 5.
At least they're 8 to 5. I can say that.
I think we should look at expanding that. I mean, I say this as, in the summertime, because we had a group of people down there on Sunday for a ride at 7, and they were and I was kind of bragging up the fact that we had that available, and they were locked. And they were like, but people take off, this time of year, a lot of people take off early to try to beat the heat. Or they'll go late to try to beat the heat. So if in the summer we could expand that hours a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, we just, typically we'll have the police department close these things at dusk, so.
Sure,
yeah.
sure, and but the sun's coming up so early that it'd be nice to have them open a little earlier. I was a little shamed because I'd bragged it up that they could go fill their water balls and they had to go down to CJ. Let's see, the only other thing I had, shade structures at Lakeview. There was some pony up money that came in for that.
For
the netting.
Netting,
not
right.
shade structure.
Well,
Okay.
okay. Yeah,
Foul ball nets.
Foul ball nets,
There we
shade
go.
structures. There was some money that was raised in 2019 and the city, we're gonna match that. But I think there's been some disagreement over how and where exactly the details of that should be worked out. But I think, now that it's ball season and Hiawatha amongst other towns have some pretty nice structures put up, people are remembering and noticing that we haven't moved forward. So I think we should probably consider, I know we've got a big master plan, but we've got the money in the bank that was raised and people gave in good faith. We should probably start coming up with a plan.
We don't have the money, they have it.
Well, Neither here nor there.
There is $19,000 in existence we've said we would match to do it, so I think we should, start doing that. Whether that means talking to Marshall County Sports and Rec and the, Parks Committee and whomever other interested parties are, I think we should probably move forward with putting something together. I mean, we're already missing the boat on this season, obviously, but sooner or later we need to get it done, I think.
I guess which direction are we going? It's like in my email to you. When it first started, Marysville Sport and Rec wanted a shade structure just over the playground. And that's all they were raising money for. Some on the, I don't know, direction at the time was they wanted shade structure or otherwise foul ball protection over the bleachers as well. But that wasn't the initial intention of the fundraising. I've recently gotten direction on netting over for foul ball protection, which is another option, and we've got some pricing on it, but it's a challenge if we get shoved in a different direction. So
well, personally, I think I know the shade structures take more maintenance over time, and some people don't like the look, but they're more two birds with one stone than purely doing a netting. Yeah. I was at a ball game a couple of weeks ago, and it kind of spurred this too. I saw one little kid get hit in the head with the ball, and he just kept eating his popsicle, happy as could be. But it could definitely be a lot worse. I've been up there seeing a lot of really close calls. So between that and people just purely melting in the sun, yeah, I think a shade structure type protection is a better two birds with one stone. My personal opinion.
Okay.
That includes playground.
I honestly, I'm less worried about the playground. I've never seen a ball go in the playground, but I've seen a lot of them go into the stands. No.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying it's impossible. Anything's possible, but.
Remember, with the shade structure, you put a lot more stress on things. Because they will catch a lot more wind.
Yeah. That's true.
Right. So
what do you want? You want to have a committee meeting and meet with Sport and Rec? Or?
I'm not on that committee, I don't think so. But I still think it'd be a good idea.
Are you going to force Sport and Rec to do this?
Well, no, but I know that before we were kind of having conversations with Brian about where he wanted them at.
Brian's not there.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Brian, it wasn't a shade structure.
It's protecting
from foul ball.
It's foul ball protection.
Yeah, that's the thing, is there's multiple ideas and multiple goals. That's why I think having multiple parties involved in that decision-making process, and even starting it now to be completed by next year's ball season is a good idea.
And we've been in discussion with, for instance, for the netting, and that's a challenge into itself to cover netting. So black to, what's the next one up?
Blue and red.
The
blue
is up. What's the up one?
Blue.
Blue. So between black and blue, there's this, and the netting guys did not like. I mean, it wasn't going to work.
Because your netting guys can't think outside the box.
Well,
they're used to flats.
Well, it's
the poles are there. Go up and look at it.
Yeah,
it's not complicated. You string cables between the light poles. You work off your cables. I have shown people pictures of Chapman and 3 and 2 in Kansas City and different ones. It's not complicated. You're paying a guy to make it complicated. And yes, he's going to do a nice job, and it's going to be quality. But the one plan I got showed, I think they put 6 poles around a tree. Well, that's very, very expensive very quickly, because there's 2 trees, there's 12 poles, and yeah, it's it's not as complicated as we're making it.
But then, so are we going for the nets? And this is a genuine question, because the pictures that, in fact, when Max and them were working on it, they were talking with a shade structure person and sending me contact information and pictures of those blue, just like out
Right.
kind of at the pool that we
Mhm.
have,
Right.
shade structures.
And I think those are a great idea, but I think those are a bad idea with where we're at. Because that's going to be, wild guess, 150,000. Because you're gonna set all new pools.
Right.
You're gonna do all sorts of different work up there.
Right.
You're gonna make it more crowded than what it is. I just don't think that's gonna work. I think we need to concentrate on foul ball protection. So we don't get grandma and grandpa hit by a foul ball, or we don't get a little kid hit by a foul ball, or a baby, or anybody else. Because some of them balls coming out there, they're coming out with a little speed.
Right.
Do off that black diamond.
Oh, and you can lose them pretty quick.
Yep.
And then if we're gonna talk about when it's gonna be done, it needs to be done before the high school season starts. Because that's when it's, yeah. Yeah, and I've been up there numerous times, I've looked at it. There's simple ways to do things, and until you figure out what you're ever gonna do at the ballpark.
Right.
So,
It's just that you dump a lot of money in it and then waste it all too.
yeah.
Okay. Anything else in Parks and Rec?
Do we have a tree board anymore?
No, we still,
We have one, yes. Do you want to be on it?
Well, not necessarily. Nobody, I mean, we have lots of trees around that some of them probably need to have something done to, and I didn't know if we had a tree board anymore, so. I don't know who's on the boards anymore for anything,
I can't
really.
remember who's on that one.
Sharon Kramer and,
Probably, and, yeah,
Rick
there's probably
Cudney.
some that we need to get on there. We need to find people to get on there. You want on there, Bobby? Really? Oh, that could probably be arranged.
You can reactivate them, get them going.
I'll bring my dog to the trees.
Okay, anything else, Parks and Rec? Cemetery and Airport? Police and Fire? Admin and Finance?
I got
Yes, Terry.
one question I had a couple people ask me about, and they wonder why. One thing is about we got an email this time about what the planning commission did, but the council never hears what the planning commission's doing anymore. Why we don't get some kind of report from them we used to?
You got an email
Yeah, we did.
about so that's.
About what, your inspector's talking about how he's changing the zones and stuff. But the planning commission met. Did they meet?
Yeah, they might.
But the council don't know nothing about it. Do
He
they?
was writing a report for the next meeting, because his thing was on Thursday night, so it couldn't get into the agenda.
Right.
This time?
Yeah.
Right.
So it'll
Well,
be
anyway,
in
I
the.
just
in
wanted-
the-
Yeah,
in the
I
next
don't know
one.
about other
Yeah.
times, but he said he would.
They were kinda concerned about that, and the other thing was why the city hasn't gone ahead and done some enforcing and get a code enforcement officer for this.
If you got somebody we can hire, then send
Well, I
them our way.
don't, I'm not the city. The city was gonna do that.
We've been trying to hire people, and nobody wants to show up.
And Will has been going out, Will's been mailing out notices on, grass and nuisance and all that stuff,
Yeah.
so that list is out.
Oh, I saw grass mostly.
Well, some of them are nuisances too, though, they're not all grass.
Yeah, he put the whole list of what he's been working on.
Well, there was concern about it, and I just wanted to bring it to the attention of council.
Right. Yeah, when it lines up like this, he wouldn't have a report for the council until the next one, because our agenda's done on Thursday afternoon.
Well, I know that's got to do with a lot about rezoning and stuff, and everybody would kinda like to know about that before they have the hearing. There will be a hearing when they get all ready to do this. They always do have a hearing,
Right.
so. Anyway, it would be nice if the council people knew about it, that was all. So if we're gonna find out next couple of weeks, that's fine.
So when he sends out a certified letter to somebody with, problems with grass, full grass and stuff, does he also send a copy of that policy in with it?
Yes.
So they know, okay.
Yep.
And usually pictures.
Pictures of what he got and all that stuff.
Okay, cause new people move into town, they don't know all the policies, so.
Yep.
So Have we actually put like an ad in the paper for code enforcement?
We posted it before.
It's in the
I
paper,
mean,
it's on our website, it's on Marshall County, or Ellen Barber's, whatever that one is. There you go. Yeah.
Because yeah.
I was gonna say, I've seen it, it just,
Okay.
Problem with Will is, he's pulled everywhere.
Well, you see, and that's why I was wondering if we could
He's
just,
done
not
really a
just
pretty
have,
good job.
you don't have,
He has,
you
yeah.
have part-time, full-time, you know, all year round.
Right.
To assist, but, you know, X amount of hours a week.
Yeah.
But how do we have it phrased?
It's seasonal, because you don't, if you go to part-time, then you get into a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a seasonal
It's seasonal,
position.
which,
And
I
it
mean,
is
most of your
seasonal.
code enforcement's gonna be when the grass is growing and, you know, spring
Right.
especially.
In the middle of winter, you're not gonna have.
No, you don't
thing
have
to
a
do.
whole lot. I mean, you still have your nuisance stuff, but that stuff's taken care of during, I mean, that stuff's usually during the summer too. That'd be nice if we could find somebody, because we posted it, and it's a tough job. I mean, you don't get paid a lot, and a lot of people, you
Everybody
make
hates
people
you.
mad.
Everybody
yeah.
hates you.
I mean, it's a tough job to have, and you gotta go to court.
Bad gig.
how would it be any
Okay.
different than now?
But
Yeah, we've been looking for a person. It's been advertised multiple times and it's still on our website.
That was all I had.
Okay. We do have a couple appointments.
Move to approve
Hey.
mayor's appointments.
Second?
Are we gonna do a newsletter again one of these days?
When did we do the last newsletter?
She has one started, And
It's been quite some time since we've had a
right,
newsletter.
no, we've got it started, but then we couldn't have anybody come here and fold, we couldn't have any of that, because of all the, you know, all the ladies that come were COVID, and so
Well,
we just never did it.
Again, Kevin.
Kevin,
Move
You
to
make a
approve
motion?
mayor's appointments.
Okay.
Second.
all right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We do need, well, I got a couple things. I got a organization, Nemaha Marshall, or, another support for Nemaha Marshall, County, Electric Cooperative. They would like me to write a letter of support. They would like to apply for a grant to get a electric car charging station. And it's going
get a
to
what?
be an electric car, EV, whatever you call that,
To charge
charging
your-
station.
if you have an electric
Charging
car.
a battery powered car.
Where at?
At United, I think was what it was.
That's
Yeah.
the place they've chosen, United Bank out there on the highway.
Oh, the branch, right?
I saw one, we went down to Brownville for their flea market, and I was so impressed that Brownville had one. You know, down there where they have the flea market area, I thought, well, that's easy.
We've talked about, wanting to have one on city property somewhere, so.
I'm all for it. I don't know,
Yeah.
we have no skin in the game. You're not for it? Oh, I am for it. Why aren't you for it? What?
It's not
You just hate
costing.
electricity because you do.
Where do they wanna put it, though?
I don't know for sure. It just says United.
They said
Bank.
at
I just
United
got it
Bank's
tonight
branch.
right before the meeting.
So they're
I'm kinda wondering
asking,
how they're gonna
they're gonna
put it in
apply
there.
for a grant from the Department of Energy. And they need letters of support from local governments.
On the west side of the
Well, that's
bridge.
that's not the bank's property.
Only those
Well, I don't have
stalls.
any idea where exactly,
stalls,
she's
but-
just
Couple
asking.
stalls there.
There's really
Isn't that
not,
little road in there, isn't that?
there's not much to them,
there's
surprisingly.
Exactly.
No, they're just,
I'm all for
like a
people
parking meter
pouring
type
infrastructure
thing,
into our
I think,
town
that
at
sits
no
there,
cost to
you
us.
plug it in.
Going down in those little areas by the pony park.
Oh, I know, I wish we had them down at the 7th Street corridor, but.
We've talked about doing that before too. We've talked about if there was a way to get a grant to
That's where you
put one
put
in.
it.
Didn't Westar come talk to us one time about that?
Yes, and every time I ask, you're on a list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are they hardcore about putting it there at United? I mean, is there
I
a
don't,
reason?
I
that they
don't
wanna
know.
Put it there?
I don't know.
They just
I
want a
can-
letter of support.
Yeah.
Across
I
from
say give them a
Casey's.
letter of support.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I have no problem with it. We're not responsible for where they put
Common
it.
thing.
There's that, trying to think what else I had. We probably ought to call an executive session for, probably property first. So we can do
Property,
that.
one about, possible
That's why I was laughing every time.
possible
somebody
property
brings something else
acquisition.
up.
I don't know who wants to read it. It's the second one on there. Yep.
10 minutes.
I move the
if
city
that.
council recess into executive session to discuss possible acquisition of real estate pursuant to the acquisition of real estate exemption, KSA 75-4319. This session will include city mayor and city administrator. And the opening meeting will resume in the city council chamber at 10:30.
10:39.
No, 10:39, 10:39. Yep,
It's 10:29 now.
10:39.
To how long?
That's it.
Just,
To 10:39.
yeah, till 10:39.
Yep.
10:39.
No reason. 10:39.
Second, anybody?
Oh, yeah, second.
Second.
Sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm leaving.
All right.
If you would have done it, I sure.
Oh,
We stay here.
excuse me.
Yeah,
this is the chamber meeting.
they'll have to, yeah.
Hey, guys, we're kicking you out.
Yeah, we started doing this with with
Pull the
COVID.
door shut.
We've been
We
doing
decided
it.
we like kicking people out a lot, so. It's gotten a lot warmer here as we've been in here, is it not?
Oh, I know.
I thought
It
was
stopped
cold
at
when I
10
first
o'clock,
came in.
Talk
and now I
about
turned it back
this.
on.
It's comfortable.
Bonk.
I don't know what time my husband goes to bed.
Let's get it done, 'cause I may not be here next time.
Go to Colby tomorrow. Let's see, the Speedway to Colby. I wanna stay on
I'm
36.
going on a trip.
Down. They're talking to me to take a jog around
I'll probably be
24.
back, but I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm with you.
Is it a trip away from the
It's
FBI
18
and
miles
pursuit?
further if you stay on 36.
Yeah, you never know what I'm gonna do.
That's right.
Gonna rob a bank and split down.
Keep cruising.
It's only for
He
the
just
week.
lives just
Oh,
40 miles.
39.
You never know what we might do. Another lady are going, you never know what we might do.
You're good.
Call this meeting back in order, no binding decisions were made. Move on to the next item. Do you want, somebody want to make a motion to call an executive session? Are you wanting to, or?
Just pass it and see how it goes.
You guys got it over there, don't you?
Okay, which one are you doing?
But just hand it to
The
Keith.
employee one.
He's right there.
Don't hand it to Austin, he can't read it.
I move the city council recess into executive session to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel, discussion on specific personnel matters, not general personnel policies, exception KSA 754319B1. This session will include mayor, city council members, and city administrator. The open meeting will resume in the city council chambers at
How long you want? 10 minutes? 15? What do you think you need?
I don't know, I can't see what time it
It's
is.
10:40
10:40
now.
right now.
55?
10:55? I mean, yeah,
that'd be
10:55.
right.
55?
So 10:55.
15
15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is anybody awake?
Almost not.
We're gun
Okay.
shy.
I
All
am.
right.
Okay.
Got to vote on it.
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay.
That's 2.
2. 6-2.
That's 6-2.
Okay.
I gotta say Bobby and Todd, because I won't remember, and then I won't know who to put on here. Okay. Hey, people.
Brakes are on.
Yeah,
And,
bingo.
hold on. And then Scout. He is.
Going?
Yep.
Alright, call this meeting back to order. No binding decisions were made. Zoom normal meeting. Roundtable.
No.
Bobby? What? No? Nothing? You have anything, Todd?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, whatever.
This is a little out of left field, but, it's infrastructure and it pertains to our city and it's, thriving and marketability. I think we should write a letter to Verizon about their falling completely down on the job. It's a real thing around town. I don't know if you were friends with Verizon. You can almost not make a phone call. You can't send text
A lot of
messages.
people posting that, yeah.
Yeah, our whole family is it. We pay them $300.
Is that why I
a
was
month.
getting sometimes a text from people
You'll
from
get
like a
text
day
days
ago?
later.
Okay,
I
yeah.
actually got one
I was
here a
having
little
some of that.
earlier from my daughter from like last weekend.
Sammy called in.
Oh yeah. It really looks bad when people come to our town, they can't even use their telephone. I mean, this is 2021. I don't know if it's possible, if it's something we can even do, to just say,
Probably not, if they got
on an
no fix.
official capacity.
Well, it's a private company, I don't know how much you
Yeah,
can
but
do
here's
to them.
here's the deal. Okay, so I've spent 6 hours on the phone with Verizon. I got time. What they will tell you is that their network is built around the population of a given area.
Yeah.
The trouble with that is, as we all know from the KDOT numbers, the daily population of Marysville is a lot higher than what the census data would reflect.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
True.
So they're getting overwhelmed, and they say, well, what are we gonna do? Kind of, oh, well, they throw up their hands. They say you can, upgrade to their super premium package for another $100, and, that might improve it. Great, thanks, no.
Will it?
So, the point is, it's infrastructure that's not, I know their towers in city limits, and I know that we don't get money from them. This isn't a franchise fee situation, but I don't know what, they can receive thousands of phone calls, but a letter from an actual municipality saying, hey, this affects our local marketability. I just think it's something we should think about, because I don't know that we have another outlet. I think people would like it.
Well, realistic, like I say, there's nothing, we don't have anything we can do to them.
We can't do,
The
we
only
don't
thing
have any
people can do
power.
is if their service is bad, switch to another
All
company.
we have to do is the power of the pen.
And they've been talking about that they've been switching to US Cellular.
Yes. It's a
That's
great sales
if you
pitch for
provide
US Cellular.
poor service, you're gonna, yeah.
But my point is, we have the power of the pen, we write letters in support of things. I think when it's something that actually does negatively, calm down, Keith. When it is something that negatively reflects on our community, we should consider using the stick instead of the carrot.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say about that.
There you go. Good job.
I guess I haven't had any troubles, so I don't know, but whatever.
You got Verizon?
Yeah, I've had forever.
I don't know.
I do too, I don't have no
I
problem.
have 2 phones and they're both a problem, so it's not the phone.
I have 2 phones as well, but I'm always attached to Wi-Fi, so that may be.
Yeah, I know, I live on Wi-Fi too.
So,
That makes a difference.
That makes a difference. I was just thinking about that.
Terry?
Diane?
the Memorial Day service was wonderful.
It was.
Up to the Legion, they did a wonderful job, and Jason was there, and he put out his wreath, and I put mine out for the auxiliary, and I thought they did a great job. The music was
It was a
great.
nice ceremony. I mean, it was indoors because of
Yeah.
the weather, but it was still a nice ceremony.
Yeah, in fact, I thought the music was probably nicer there than out in the park, or out to the cemetery, because it was closer and you could hear it better, but, you know, but,
I did have a couple
and the
people told me
cemetery
they
looked
could-
great too, so everybody
did.
did a great job considering the weather and everything, so, and the cemetery looked great, so.
Okay. Terry?
One question is the council and the public permanently locked out of our front door for meetings and that, or are we still under some
Out
kind of-
here? Not that I know of.
yeah.
I mean, we're pretty much back to,
I
the
tried
door
to come in
locked?
this
Yeah.
door to come to the meeting tonight, and I had to go down.
Oh, no,
that door.
Yes,
Oh.
we've been, since COVID, we've been, especially since, when somebody else has a meeting, they only use that door. So we're making everybody use that door.
Will it ever change back?
No.
You mean that, we can get rid of that door now then?
It's open during hours, during day
business
hours, but for night meetings, This is the door.
For council and everything to come in, like us coming through this door or using this restroom, we still gotta go to that end of the building to come in, right?
Yes.
I think that's absurd. Go ahead, that's all I have to say.
Anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay. Keith?
I agree with Terry. That's all I got.
Oh, now I got
Parker?
two things.
What do you
Number one,
got?
I like the control point of the one door. I think that's a great idea. Number two is, can we have mosquito squad check the parks?
What is? And
Yeah,
another,
Saturday, we were up there at the ballpark, and it's like we got 8 alive.
At which ballpark?
Legion.
Legion.
Yeah.
What happened? I can't hear you.
Okay.
Mosquito
Well-
squad checking
Yeah.
Legion ballpark. Mosquito squad checking Legion
Okay,
ballpark.
so so you still want that sprayed even though the movies aren't gonna be there?
I thought that was the agreement.
The reason for the spraying the field, because they only sprayed the field itself, was for the movies.
No, for the crowd.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's
thought-
the only reason we started it.
Right, but I thought when we did that, I thought that was in the agreement to spray that.
The parks, I thought.
yeah.
Well, no,
They can,
it was in there, but the original reason for spraying that field, so once Alex said we weren't doing any movies, I stopped it.
Okay.
And now we have a credit on our account for next year. Or we could ask for
I
the
think
money back.
didn't we talk about that last?
No, we haven't
I
talked
thought
about
we
it.
had, maybe it was, I had a
But
conversation.
no, that's the whole reason. If you want me to start it back,
How to explain why we got 8 alive.
yeah.
They only spray the outfield?
Yeah, they only
They
spray
only
the
spray
outfield.
the outfield, they don't spray up where the crowd is anyway. Or do you sit by the outfield?
I sit by the outfield.
Ah, there's the answer.
Yeah, no, that's the reason.
Okay, well, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I thought they were still spraying the field.
Nope.
So that explains why.
Yep.
But then I also got 8 up at the Rose Garden too, in the park.
I'll have them double check that they are spraying that.
That should be. Anything else, Parker?
Nope, that's it.
Colleen?
I just was asking Kevin and was questioning, when are they gonna start down by the school on the street?
Oh, I was gonna ask you about that.
It
Has to be
should
done
be
by
soon.
August
13th. Yeah, they have to be done by August 13th.
But I thought they were gonna start it after school was out.
They should. I haven't, they were, somebody from AHRS was asking me a question, I forget what the question was. So they might have been getting ready to start, because they got multiple projects for us.
So, yeah, they need to be getting started pretty
Yep,
soon.
no, I'll-
Already
Because it better be
a
done
month
before.
into spring or summer break.
Yep.
Anything else? Kevin?
No, nothing, sir.
I don't really have, is that, I was gonna bring up, is that our, weapons locker?
Yes.
Up there by the door?
Yes.
That's another reason, I guess, to have them come through that door instead of the other one too.
Is that what?
Well, Kansas laws, like, I mean, an open carry
for
and a
court.
lot of people, yeah, for court and
Only for
everything.
court.
Then they have to
It's legal anyway.
Oh, you put them in
lock their
the lock
guns up.
boxes?
Yeah, so a person comes to court
Carrying.
and they're carrying, they put their handgun, obviously they're not carrying rifles in here. Or if they are, they can't fit in there. But they put their gun in there, they take the key, and they sit, do whatever they want while they're doing court. And then they
Go
go
back and get their
get their
firearm.
firearm and leave.
Okay.
Well, you mentioned saying that's the reason for it, I
Well,
don't
this is one
think
more
the
reason.
fire
for them to-
rules are right that we only have one exit to this building if there's a bunch of.
Well, the
people
exit's
in
still, there's
We-
nothing
Can't
stopping
open
us.
that
It's
door.
locked.
You
You can
can
go
exit
out.
on
the inside.
You can?
Yes,
You can go out.
it's a push bar, yes.
I stand excused.
Yep, and we got two that way. We have
You can go
more.
out that way.
Yeah,
right
you can
down the
go this
hallway
way.
and-
You can go out this way.
Yep.
That's all I had.
I have one more
Move to
thing.
adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?